Chapter 2538. This coolness was like a drizzle, drenching Xiao Hua's body in the scorching heat. All of his impatience, all of his killing intent, all of his boiling blood gradually calmed down. See, Xiao Hua was awake. Or rather, he was awake just now, but he was unable to control himself. At this moment, his control over his body and meridians were gradually recovering. A faint soreness came from his meridians. Humph! Xiao Hua let out a cold snort after some lingering fear. His meridians had been ravaged by black sand and countless spirit herbs. At the same time, he had the support of the dragon transformation art. Qin Jin's scheme was to trap him, but if he succeeded, it would not be so simple. Of course, even if Qin Jin did not succeed, what would Xiao Hua be like at that time? Thinking about it, Xiao Hua felt some lingering fear. At any time, he could not underestimate his opponent, and he could not let his guard down. Seeing Xiao Hua suddenly retract his magic power, and the seal of the overturning sea only hovered in the air, Qin Jin was a little surprised. However, he still urged the giant wolf to pounce on Xiao Hua. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Xiao Hua sneered and pointed his finger. The yellow dragon of the seal of the overturning sea landed on the seal. The seal suddenly expanded and smashed towards the giant wolf. The sound was still earth-shattering. Although the giant wolf was not completely torn apart like before, it was still scattered. Flying Sword, seeing that Xiao Hua's defense was no longer as crazy as before, Qin Jin felt that it was a pity. He thought that the effect of the spirit-binding juice had worn off. However, when he saw the flying sword in Xiao Hua's hand, he was puzzled. At this moment, the flying sword in Xiao Hua's hand flashed with a faint light. The little deer slowly walked out from the light. The little deer also emitted a faint sword light. Although the sword light was faint, it was extremely sharp. Every time the little deer took a step, the sword light would expand by 1 zhang. When the little deer walked into the air, its small head slightly raised, and it even sneezed. The sword light immediately enveloped an area of several zhang around it. Like sunlight piercing through the darkness, the little deer's quiet sword light pierced through the giant wolf's brutal sword intent without any obstruction. All of the killing and savagery were annihilated by the faint sword light. Sword intent? Deer? Tranquil deer? Qin Jin was dumbfounded. Why does this guy have the sword spirit of a swordsman? Where did he get it? And this sword intent is so complete, so supreme. Qin Jin was almost jealous of Xiao Hua. Great! Using stillness to overcome hardness with softness. When Xiao Hua saw this scene, he sighed with emotion. His heart was incomparably calm, as though he had received a baptism. That little deer looked so weak, yet so agile. However, this pure feeling was precisely the nemesis of Qin Sword's giant wolf, completely suppressing it. Perhaps it's because of Reverend Bright Sword's high cultivation. Xiao Hua attempted to use the flying sword to attack the Qin sword with the young deer. Unfortunately, the young deer only stayed in midair for a moment before barking at Xiao Hua. It flashed again and entered the long sword. Seeing that the little deer wasn't under his command, Xiao Hua fell helpless. He stored the sword into his space and used his divine sense to scan Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, who had fallen at the foot of the mountain in the distance. After confirming that the two were fine, he withdrew his divine sense. Haha, Qin Jin, you old fogey. Xiao Hua laughed. This young master's luck is at its peak. Your thousands of schemes will only be for naught. Hand over your head. There's no need to keep the bounty of my sky patrol city anymore. Ignorant child, Qin Jin sneered. Even if this old man's scheme fails, how much true yuan do you have in your body? You don't even have a golden core. Why should this old man be afraid of you? As he spoke, Qin Jin waved his hand. The sword light that was scattered in midair gradually condensed into a pitch-black flying sword. That flying sword was extremely bloody. Go! Qin Jin let out a soft roar. The flying sword rushed into the air and suddenly split into two. There seemed to be a mysterious connection between the two flying swords. One flying sword drove the other flying sword, and the other flying sword drove the other flying sword. Flying swords were originally extremely fast, and in this way, the two flying swords streaked across the sky like shooting stars chasing after the moon, piercing towards Xiao Hua's ribs from two sides with incomparable speed. Io, this young master understands. Xiao Hua saw that the two flying swords were piercing towards him at a breakneck speed. Instead of being shocked, he was delighted. It was as though he had discovered something that he had never discovered before. Xiao Hua opened his mouth, and a green and red flying sword flew out. It was Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming flew out and similarly split into two, like two stars rushing towards Qin Jian's flying sword. You still have a flying sword? Qin Jian was completely stunned. When he saw Xiao Hua take out a long sword with sword intent, he was already surprised. However, when Xiao Hua was unable to control it, he was relieved. He knew that Xiao Hua did not know anything about flying swords. However, now that he saw Xiao Hua easily controlling a flying sword and splitting it into two like him, how could he not be shocked? However, Qin Jian sneered. You're just using your spiritual sense to control a sword. How can you be a match for me, a sword cultivator? Kill. As Qin Jian activated his sword energy, the flying sword suddenly accelerated. Xiao Hua's flying sword was not slow, but it still managed to block the two flying swords. Bang! Two crisp sounds rang out. Qin Jian's flying sword knocked Zhu Ming away. Zhu Ming did not seem to be a match for him at all. The quality of this flying sword is better than this old man's flying sword? Seeing that Zhu Ming was knocked away, but his flying sword was still intact, Qin Jian was delighted. On the other hand, Xiao Hua sighed and secretly said, Alas, as expected, my flying sword can't be called a flying sword. Perhaps it can be compared to a drawing swordsman, but in the eyes of a real illusory sword, it is child's play. Give me your life. Qin Jian laughed sinisterly. He knew the power of his flying sword. Not to mention Xiao Hua, who was only a foundation establishment cultivator. Even golden core cultivators like Xie Hui and Su Bo could not block the sharpness of his flying sword. Furthermore, Qin Jian sent out two sword lights. Even if Xiao Hua's escape technique was fast, he would not be able to dodge. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua didn't seem to be flustered as the two sword lights flew about 3 meters away from him. He casually waved his hand, as if he was taking something out of his storage pouch. A pitch-black magic staff appeared in his hand. With two swings of the staff, he effortlessly struck the flying swords. Bang! The flying sword shrank, as if it was damaged. What? There's still a magic weapon? Just like all the swordsmen and cultivators that were killed by Xiao Hua, Qin Jian could not help but ask as Xiao Hua's bottom line was revealed. So what if there's a magic weapon? This old man will let you die of exhaustion in the sword array. Qin Jian sneered and opened his mouth. Pu. With two consecutive sounds, two sword lights rushed into the night sky and landed on both sides of Xiao Hua like lightning. Together with the previous two sword lights, Xiao Hua was firmly trapped in the middle. A powerful restrictive force was emitted from the four sword lights and revolved around Xiao Hua in a mysterious trajectory. The force was like a whirlpool in the sea, but also like a whirlpool in a hurricane. It firmly controlled Xiao Hua's body. Not only did the true essence in Xiao Hua's body slowly condense, even the blood in his veins showed signs of stagnation. Oh, this is a sword array. Xiao Hua originally wanted to struggle, but when he saw that Qin Jian actually used the four flying swords to form a sword array, he could not help but feel happy. He also had a sword array, for example, the Sword of the World, which seemed to be a sword array. As for the Great Seven Stars array, he could only control it through the sword pouch. He could only drive the sword array to display a restrictive force, but he was still unable to display this kind of force similar to a whirlpool. He was somewhat curious about the sword array that Qin Jian used the four sword lights. After the four flying swords trapped Xiao Hua, the cautious Qin Jian began to approach. The four flying swords began to revolve, but no matter how they revolved, the position of the four flying swords did not change. Xiao Hua was trapped in the core position and did not change in the slightest. At the same time, with the rotation of the flying swords, the restrictive whirlpool also sped up. Every time the whirlpool rotated, it was like a stone mill turning a circle. The crushing force on Xiao Hua's body also increased by a bit. However, when he saw the faint golden brilliance flashing around Xiao Hua's body, and it did not seem to be weakening, Qin Jin understood that Xiao Hua's body could withstand the power of the sword array. Qin Jin took a deep breath. He felt that Xiao Hua was like a hedgehog with thorns. No matter where he attacked, he would not be able to succeed easily. However, his four-symbol sword array only had this kind of power. If he wanted to increase it, he was afraid that he would have to cultivate to the transformation sword realm. Rise! Qin Jin clenched his teeth and formed a sword seal with both hands at the same time. The two flying swords on the four symbols sword array flashed with resplendent sword lights. The sword lights left the body and swam around the sword array like fish, piercing towards Xiao Hua, who was in the middle of the array. Xiao Hua calmed down and felt the changes in the restrictive power of the four-symbol sword array. He felt that the power of the sword array had reached a certain level, and it was difficult to increase it again. He knew that the power of the sword array had reached its limit. At this moment, Qin Jin changed his move again. The two sword lights followed the restrictive power of the sword array and rushed towards him. Moreover, these two sword lights were the same as before. There was a mysterious connection between them. As the two flying swords flew faster and faster, they pierced towards his shoulder at a faster speed than the previous two sword lights. As the saying goes, the expert looks at the skill while the layman looks at the excitement. When other cultivators saw these meteor-like sword lights, they had already panicked and were only thinking of how to block them. However, when Xiao Hua's gaze swept over, he was first surprised. That's not right. There are four flying swords. How can there only be two sword lights? Xiao Hua was actually very curious, because he saw the interaction of two sword lights, which was much faster than one sword light. What if there were three sword lights or four sword lights? Wouldn't it be even faster than before? If that was the case, Li Xiaobai's 9 stars transit was 9 flying swords. How fast would the flying swords be? Although there was no record of this in the sword slip left behind by Li Xiaobai, Xiao Hua felt that the 9 stars transit was not as simple as he thought. Chapter 2539. How could Xiao Hua be afraid of these two sword lights? The sword array of Yin Yang Twin Spring Mountain was many times more powerful than this sword array. Xiao Hua was also leisurely strolling around. How could he put this sword array in his eyes? His shoulders trembled as he roared, "Old man, let me show you how powerful this young master is." With that said, the wishful steel staff danced in the air. Flowers bloomed and shadows of the staff appeared. Not only did it defeat the two sword lights, but also broke free from the shackling power of the four-division sword array. The wishful steel staff hit the four swords directly through the shackling power. 3 faint sword sounds were emitted from the 3 flying swords. The 4 flying swords were originally rotating in a regular manner, but now it was somewhat chaotic. Oh, why are there 3 sword cries? Xiao Hua's heart moved, and then his eyes narrowed as he laughed. Ha ha! This young master understands. This Qin Jin originally had 4 flying swords, but unfortunately, the invisible sword sneak attacked this young master. This young master first broke the sword array. He used one of the flying swords to create a sword light. It seems like there are 4 flying swords, but in fact, there are only 3 flying swords. Since Xiao Hua had this idea, he immediately noticed the flaws of the 4-symbol sword array. He did not need to use his Dharma eye to check. The illusory flying sword followed the mother sword every time it spun, almost imitating it. The strength of this subsword was also inferior to the other 3 flying swords. How can this sword array imprison this young master? Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed as he looked at the strange Qin Jin. That Qin Jin was like a hungry wolf, opening his bloody mouth wide to devour Xiao Hua, this hedgehog. Who would have thought that although Xiao Hua was forced to curl up, The sharp spikes on his back were so shocking. Every single one of them could stab him. No wonder he could kill so many illusory swordsmen. His strength is amazing, and his body is well-tempered. In addition, he also has a flying sword and has studied the flying sword technique of us swordsmen. How can we have an advantage against him? Qin Jian hesitated. Moreover, this guy has not used the phoenix celestial body that made him famous. I don't know how powerful it is. It is said that the flying technique of the Imperial Thunder Sect is also very powerful. I don't know how good this guy's lightning escape technique is. This old man, I'm afraid I'll have to see the situation today. Qin Jian had the intention to retreat, but he still did not want to give up this great situation. Just as he was thinking about how to use the secret technique again, he heard Xiao Hua sneer, "Such a sword array is really broken. You actually dared to use it to show off in front of this young master." This sentence ignited Qin Jian's arrogance. Ordinary swordsmen only cultivated one flying sword, but he had outstanding talent and obtained the opportunity to cultivate 4 flying swords. Moreover, he relied on these 4 flying swords to set up the sword array, which made him famous in the sword domain. In this sword battle, Black Phoenix Sword Sect's LV Ruochong was appointed as the strategist of the battle by the Sword Transformation Master. He originally had a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart, which was why he challenged the cultivators of the Dao sect at the beginning of the battle. In recent years, he had been moving unhindered between the country of Shi and the country of Huan. Although he relied on countless calculations and racked his brains, this flying sword technique and sword array technique were really powerful. Not to mention foundation establishment cultivators. Even if a dozen golden core cultivators were to fall into his hands, they would not be able to fight back. Whether they were dizzy from the invisible sword or trapped by the 4-symbol sword array, they would lose their lives in vain. And today, Xiao Hua actually said that he was trash. How could he let him breathe his last? This old man wants to see. Qin Jian sneered. Just as he was about to say something ruthless, he saw Xiao Hua's figure suddenly accelerate. Like lightning, he rushed to a spot in front of him. This place was originally where his illusory flying sword's confinement force was. If it was under normal circumstances, the invisible sword would have already confined this place. However, his illusory flying sword was half a beat slower than the flying sword in front of him, and Xiao Hua just happened to fly to the place where the confinement force was not produced. How did he see the flaw? Qin Jian turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to perform the sword technique, Xiao Hua covered his Taoist robe and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique again, attacking the illusory flying sword. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, and a patch of fireflies was produced from the sword's light. Qin Jian's illusory flying sword was directly shattered by Xiao Hua. How did this guy have magic power again? How did his magic power recover so quickly? The reason why Qin Jian hesitated was because he knew that Xiao Hua had used up a lot of his magic power. Even if his methods were heavenly, without magic power, Xiao Hua would not be Qin Jian's opponent. However, Xiao Hua did not rely too much on magic power when he controlled the flying sword and waved the wishful scepter. Furthermore, the heavenly man-body bestowment technique and the dragon transformation art were constantly circulating in his body. Naturally, his magic power recovered very quickly. When the corner of the 4-symbol sword array was broken, the sword array immediately collapsed, and all the confinement force disappeared. Qin Jian was afraid that Xiao Hua would take back his other flying swords, so he immediately performed the sword technique, and the 3 flying swords flew far away. Go, I will let you see the power of this young master. Xiao Hua did not care about the 3 flying swords. With a wave of his hand, the sword pouch flew out. He performed the sword technique, and 7 flying swords flew out. The shining sword light illuminated the night sky and surrounded Qin Jian. 7-star sword array. Qin Jian's face showed surprise, but he was not particularly surprised. After all, he also knew about the sword array of the Lingfeng sword sect. He also knew that Ling Yunwu died in the hands of Xiao Hua. Furthermore, Xiao Hua knew about flying swords. With Qin Jian's scheming mind, how could he not guess? However, Qin Jian was still surprised that Xiao Hua could control the sword pouch. Seeing the 7 flying swords of the illusory swordsman releasing the confinement force, the sword light around Qin Jian's body slightly overflowed. It fought against the sword array, but when the confinement force of the 7-star sword array reached a certain level, it did not increase anymore. Furthermore, the 7 flying swords followed the trajectory of the 7-star sword array and did not change further. Qin Jian's heart was at ease. "Ha! Ignorant child," Qin Jian sneered. "You only learned a little of my sword cultivation, and you dare to say that you are teaching me a lesson. With your flying swords, you can't even compare to my grand disciple's disciple." As he spoke, the sword light around Qin Jian's body slowly moved as if he was breathing. This breathing was very rhythmic, as if it was responding to the confinement force of the 7-star sword array. As he gradually synchronized with the sword array, the confinement force also began to fluctuate, matching with his sword light. What made Xiao Hua even more uneasy was that the 7 flying swords of the 7-star sword array also began to emit sword light, matching with Qin Jian's sword light. Obviously, this was another secret manual of sword cultivation. Go! Xiao Hua was not in a hurry to retrieve the 7-star sword array. Taking advantage of the fact that the confinement force of the battle was still there, he opened his mouth, and the dream executioner that he had just retrieved flew out again, like a bright star entering the sword array. "Childish," Qin Jian sneered. He pointed his finger, and a sword light flew out from his finger, piercing towards the dream executioner. Whoosh! The dream executioner shook and turned into 2. Humph! Qin Jian was extremely disdainful. He had already seen the dream executioner's transformation. He flicked his finger, and another sword light flew out to meet the enemy. Whoosh! The dream executioner shook again and turned into 4. Oh! Qin Jian was slightly surprised, but he flicked his finger again, and 2 more sword lights flew out. Whoosh whoosh! The dream executioner shook again, and in an instant, 16 sword lights were formed. Qin Jian was panicking. He could no longer care about the sword light around him. He swung his hands, and dozens of sword lights flew out. Although he was doubtful about the power of these sword lights, he did not dare to test it out. However, what happened next made him even more dumbfounded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The 16 sword lights flashed again and turned into 64 sword lights. How is this possible? Qin Jian was shocked. The sword lights around him swayed, and he was like a porcupine again. Many sword lights flew out to meet the enemy. It was also at this moment that the terrifying karma power on the green and red sword light came over, causing Qin Jian's heart to palpitate. At the same time, he suddenly came to a realization. Not good. Tu Hong was killed by you. Ka. 64 sword lights let out a crisp sound at the same time. Qin Jian suspected that the sword lights were all empty on the outside, but the sword lights actually managed to split apart Qin Jian's sword lights. It was like a sharp knife stabbing into a bamboo shoot. Every sword light was incomparably sharp, and they flew towards Qin Jian like a flurry of arrows. No, this is not the Dao Sec's flying sword. It is also not my sword cultivator's flying sword technique. Qin Jian suddenly realized and said in shock, "You? Who are you?" That's right. Since he could kill a sword cultivator and a cultivator, and his divine skills were not the forte of these 2 sects, then where did he come from? Unfortunately, even if Xiao Hua wanted to answer him, he could not. Although Xiao Hua's sword lights were not as fast as Qin Jian's flying sword, Qin Jian was currently trapped in the 7-star sword formation. How could he dodge it? The 64 sword lights pierced into Qin Jian's body without any difference. Qin Jian's body was covered with sword lights, as if 64 meteors were crashing into the sea of stars. Countless waves were stirred up. However, the strange thing was that when the 64 sword lights formed by the dream executioner crashed into Qin Jian's body, they valiantly passed through his body and flew out from the other side. However, Qin Jian's body only swayed slightly. The sword light on his body flickered slightly, but it immediately stabilized. A cold snort came from Qin Jian. Using a flying sword to go against a sword cultivator, you are simply a fool's dream. Qin Jian is already at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword. I'm afraid he will break through to the sword transformation realm soon. He should be able to transform into a sword at will. Since he can transform into a sword, my flying sword should not be able to kill Qin Jian easily. I have other plans, Xiao Hua thought to himself. However, since the Dream Executioner can force Qin Jian to transform into a sword, its power is also extremely strong. I should be proud. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua did not hesitate. On one hand, he controlled the 7-star sword formation to imprison Qin Jian. On the other hand, he used the Dream Executioner to stab Qin Jian. In just a few breaths of time, the Dream Executioner stabbed into Qin Jian's body again and again. Although Qin Jian could transform into a sword, every time the Dream Executioner stabbed into his body, it would also cause him harm. Especially the Dream Executioner's Xiantian metal chi and the power of karma. It gradually destroyed Qin Jian's sword heart and sword transformation realm. Qin Jian increasingly felt that transforming into a sword was not easy. Chapter 2540. Break! Qin Jian clenched his teeth. A mysterious wave emitted from his body. Qin Jian's straight body began to twist. As it twisted, the wave became more and more intense. The 7 flying swords of the 7-star sword formation were already flickering with Qin Jian's sword light. Under this wave, they began to wail and shake violently. Not good. How could Xiao Hua not know that Qin Jian was using a secret technique? He hastily formed a sword sign and was about to activate the sword pouch to retrieve the 7 flying swords. However, it was fine if Xiao Hua didn't form a sword sign. When the sword sign hit the sword pouch also violently shook. There was a strong repulsive force from the sword pouch, resisting Xiao Hua's activation. Damn it! Xiao Hua was furious. The Dream Executioner flashed again and charged at Qin Jian. What shocked Xiao Hua even more was that Qin Jian seemed to be invisible. The Dream Executioner charged past Qin Jian's distorted image without stopping at all. It flashed past. Attack! Xiao Hua no longer hesitated. At the same time that he recalled the Dream Executioner, he used his 2 hands to summon lightning. Ka-cha-cha! In the night sky, dozens of thick lightning bolts suddenly appeared and struck at Qin Jian. The huge lightning bolts struck Qin Jian's image dozens of times. However, as the lightning bolts lingered, the image quickly recovered. In fact, Qin Jian's image became even more ethereal. Ha ha ha! Qin Jian's wild laughter sounded from the image. A huge sword shape appeared from the image. This sword shape actually carried lightning. Woo! That sword light seemed to be slow, but was actually fast. In an instant, it was in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua had never seen such a fast flying sword. He was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly formed a hand sign. It was the heaven and earth sleeve technique. However, when this technique was formed, it was as if it hit the void. That flying sword was not afraid of this restrictive force at all. It pierced through Xiao Hua's hand. This flying sword is not real. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. The wishful staff in his hand hurriedly flashed in front of him, wanting to block this flying sword. However, he was still a bit too slow. He only managed to sweep the tail of the flying sword. That intangible flying sword could not be stopped from rushing into Xiao Hua's forehead. The golden light on Xiao Hua's forehead flickered, and the golden light protecting his body merely flickered. He didn't even try to resist. An incomparable palpitation spread from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. It was as if he was facing a great crisis, a crisis that Xiao Hua was unable to resist. Just as Xiao Hua was about to win, he suddenly appeared. Boom! There was a loud explosion in Xiao Hua's mind as the invisible flying sword pierced straight into his mind and into a mysterious part of his soul. The boom came from a soul armament protecting Xiao Hua's dark clouds. It had blocked the flying sword, but the web of soul armament was reduced to nothing under the attack of the flying sword. Oh no! Xiaohua was shocked. He never thought that Qin Jian would have such a soul sword technique that could directly kill a cultivator's soul. If it weren't for the soul armament he'd accidentally obtained outside of his soul, wouldn't he have already perished from that attack? You have a soul armament too? Qin Jian's voice sounded surprised. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. Countless soul strands extended out from the dark clouds and swept towards the flying sword like thousands of tentacles. The moment the intangible soul sword was entangled by the soul strands, it immediately let out a sharp cry. The resplendent sword light illuminated the entire dark clouds. Wu, the flying sword stirred up a gust of wind as it tried its best to pierce through the dark clouds. Xiaohua's soul strands flickered as he tried his best to block the flying sword. However, his soul power was simply too weak. It was only able to block for a moment before the flying sword pierced through the dark clouds. A never-before-experienced fear emerged from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. As long as the flying sword pierced through the dark clouds, his soul would be destroyed by Qin Jian. Even if he didn't die, would the Xiaohua who lost his soul still be Xiaohua? Just as Xiaohua was facing an unprecedented crisis, Qin Jian, who was in his sword form, was also in a bad situation. A soul sword wasn't something an ordinary swordsman could use. Even Qin Jian, a third-grade illusory swordsman, couldn't use it. The soul sword used the soul energy of the body. It was something Xiaohua couldn't achieve even after many years of soul cultivation. Qin Jian had a few secret techniques and tricks, but when he used them, it didn't just cost his soul, but his body as well. Even an expert as strong as Qin Jian couldn't withstand the backlash of his soul power when he used his soul sword. Only when he was in his sword form did Qin Jian dare to try it. And even when he was in his sword form, Qin Jian had to pay a heavy price to use a soul sword. It could even be said that he and Xiaohua would perish together. This was something the calculative Qin Jian wasn't willing to do. He would only do it as a last resort. Just now, when Xiaohua attracted the heavenly lightning, he just happened to have a Thunder Cry sword. This sword was his secret weapon. He didn't reveal it because he wanted to attack Xiaohua while he was attracting the heavenly lightning. However, when the heavenly lightning struck the Thunder Cry sword, the enormous power of the heavenly lightning stimulated the power of his soul, and this soul sword was displayed beyond his imagination. But much to Qin Jian's surprise, Xiaohua had a soul armament and even soul force. Though the soul force he had was weak, Qin Jian waited for Xiaohua's soul to dissipate. He was already thinking of a way to make up for the losses he had suffered in this battle. It seems this old man was careless, but I can't remember where I was careless. Qin Jian, who already had victory in his grasp, suddenly felt that there was a flaw somewhere. It seemed that he had overlooked something when he was fighting against Xiaohua. But just as Xiaohua was about to lose all hope and Qin Jian was about to gloat over his victory, a dragon's roar echoed in Xiaohua's mind and shook Qin Jian's soul. Just as the soul sword pierced through the mysterious dark clouds, a ferocious-looking dragon head emerged. Although the dragon head's eyes were closed and it looked much fainter than the soul sword, it was still a dragon's head. A majestic aura emanated from the dragon's head. The dragon's head opened its mouth, and an unparalleled force enveloped the soul sword. The soul sword was swallowed by the dragon's head without being able to put up any resistance. Then, the dragon head retreated back into the dark clouds. Everything outside of the clouds returned to silence, as if the dragon head had never appeared. Xiaobai. Xiaohua was caught off guard by the appearance of the little white dragon's soul. It was only when the little white dragon retreated back into the clouds that Xiaohua realized what had happened. The little white dragon had saved Xiaohua's life today, but it could also be said that the little white dragon had saved its own life. Qin Jian couldn't help but scream. The soul sword being swallowed was the pain of his soul being torn apart. It was far more painful than any physical pain. This old man will fight it out with you. After losing his soul sword, Qin Jin's soul was no longer whole. His consciousness was a little blurry. He couldn't react to the sudden appearance of the dragon head in Xiaohua's soul. He didn't know how to think about such an unbelievable thing. In fact, it was extremely difficult for Qin Jin to get out of the sword form again. But after hearing Qin Jin scream, the sword form suddenly solidified. A huge flying sword let out a loud sword cry. This cry reverberated through the 9 heavens, and a pressure comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator was emitted from the huge sword. Xiaohua had lost his phoenix celestial body. How could he resist this pressure? Xiaohua hurriedly used his concealment technique to resist the pressure. However, he was too close to Qin Jin. The pressure was pressing down on him. Xiaohua didn't have much true yuan in his meridians to begin with. The true yuan in his meridians was almost stagnant. Xiaohua couldn't even lift a finger. This old man is stupid. Qin Jin's consciousness was already blurred. But when he saw this scene, he immediately knew where his mistake was. He had schemed against Xiaohua for a long time, but he still missed the most basic of pressure. He didn't expect that Xiaohua, who killed several illusory swords, was only at the Foundation establishment late stage. It's not too late now. Qin Jin's heart was filled with regret, but there was still hope for survival. The entire flying sword slashed down. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a few hundred feet was absorbed by the flying sword. A huge force comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator held Xiaohua tightly. Pooh! Xiaohua opened his mouth, and the last bit of spiritual fire he could summon flew out. The moment the spiritual fire appeared in the air, Xiaohua's fire control art spread out like a net and flew toward the giant sword. However, wherever the spiritual fire net passed, there was not a single ripple. It did not disturb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at all. However, the restrictive power of the giant sword was swept away by the spiritual fire net. Fight! Xiaohua now had no spiritual energy in his body. He could only use the wind escape technique to raise his staff and fly behind the net of spiritual fire, smashing towards the huge sword. Rumble! The huge roar shook the surroundings again. Sure enough, Xiaohua's expectation was true. Although the net of spiritual fire was powerful, it caught the huge sword and even began to burn it. But the falling momentum of the huge sword did not change. Xiaohua swung his staff just in time. The huge sword was actually blocked by Xiaohua, but Xiaohua was even worse. His body fell straight into the air like a meteorite. Roar! The spiritual fire ignited the huge sword, almost burning into Qin Jin's soul. His primordial spirit, gradually fused with the sword spirit, was awakened. While feeling the pain, Qin Jin also realized the danger. Run! This was the first time Qin Jin made such a decision since the Battle of Swords. Buzz! The huge sword light shone brightly and moved like a stream of light, flying towards the north. But just as the huge sword was flying, a cold voice came. Old man, are you leaving? This young master will send you on your way. As the voice spoke, a pool of clear water fell from the sky, blocking the front of the flying sword. Innate primordial water? Qin Jin's primordial spirit was burned by the spiritual fire, and he could not help but scream in pain. Where do you have any spiritual energy left? Do you need spiritual energy to drive the innate primordial water? Xiaohua flew crookedly in the air, looking extremely weak. He could only use the flying technique. But even so, the water curtain of innate primordial water changed with Xiaohua's spell and quickly closed up, sealing the huge sword into space. Buzz! The huge sword cried and crashed into the water curtain. Unfortunately, not only was Qin Jin an arrow at the end of its flight, but the water curtain was so tough that it not only corroded the huge sword, but also confused the part of Qin Jin's primordial spirit that crashed into the water curtain. But the strange thing was that the spiritual fire in the innate primordial water was still not extinguished, and it even showed signs of flourishing. Ha ha! Qin Jin obediently turned into a sword. This way, you can still accompany Ling Yunwu and the others. Xiao Hua's wild laughter came from the water curtain. He was really happy. The quality of this flying sword was definitely better than Ling Yunwu and the others. Qin Jian's primordial spirit was already weak and lost. He had already fused with the sword's spirit more than half. When he heard Xiao Hua's arrogance, he immediately thought of the 7 flying swords of the 7 Stars formation. How could Qin Jian be controlled by Xiao Hua after his death? The sword light on the huge sword suddenly retracted and then expanded again. The huge sword opened up with a boom, and an earth-shattering sound exploded in the innate primordial water. This was the self-destruction of a late golden core stage cultivator. In an instant, the entire water curtain exploded, and the fragments of the huge sword broke through the innate primordial water and flew in all directions. At this time, the sky was already bright, and the sword light reflected the sunlight. It was extremely dazzling and beautiful. No one would have thought that this dazzling scenery was actually the funeral of a sword cultivator. Boo! A flying sword fragment brushed past Xiao Hua's chin and flew away, scaring Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua only had time to grab one fragment before the rest of the fragments flew all over the place. There were even a few fragments that fell into the river. Xiao Hua let out a sigh of relief, and his figure slowly landed on the foot of a mountain. His whole body was numb. Damn it, I escaped from the tiger's den again. Xiao Hua was extremely tired as he thought. At this moment, he really wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. The fight just now had really made him extremely tired. However, when the ray of sunlight from the east shone on Xiao Hua's body, Xiao Hua stretched, clenched his hand, and slowly punched out the Big Dipper magical fist. An extremely strange scene appeared. The faint brilliance of the rising sun fell on the flowing ice valley. The river water was still sparkling, and it hit the mountain peak. Within the sparkling light, large and small flowing ice roared. Following the current, the sound of the waves was ear-splitting. On top of the towering mountain peak, a tall and thin cultivator was calm and composed. Every move was like a virgin, and every move was like a fleeing rabbit. He didn't know how many divine wills swept past him and how many gazes were looking at him from afar. However, all the gazes flashed by, and all the divine wills were gone. No swordsman's divine wills dared to linger in this place for even a moment. Even the divine wills that swept past him were anxious and cautious to the extreme. That's right, the battle between Xiao Hua and Qin Jian was so powerful. Qin Jian's cultivation was close to transforming into a sword, and all the swordsmen within a dozen miles could feel his sword intent. That sword intense anger, the sword intense fear, and the sword intense despair, they could all feel it, especially Xiao Hua's lightning-attracting technique, which made their hearts tremble. Terrifying Phoenix. This name was instantly imprinted in their hearts. Chapter 25:41. At this moment, the battle had ended. Qin Jian had turned into a sword and self-destructed. Not only was Xiao Hua's innate primordial water unable to block it, but all the swordsmen within a dozen miles had sensed his determination to fall into a desperate situation through their flying swords. Qin Jian had died, but what about Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder Sect? He was actually leisurely practicing his fists at the foot of the mountain. The indifference on Xiao Hua's face and his casual fists only let them know that the battle just now was just a small matter. Although he didn't have any power or terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations, which swordsmen would dare to take half a step forward, a cool current flowed through his bones, and that comfortable feeling gradually overflowed within Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua closed his eyes comfortably, as if he really liked this tranquil atmosphere. "Big brother," an extremely respectful voice sounded. It was Xiao Mao who had flown over. Xiao Hua opened his eyes slightly, but did not answer. He saw Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao landing about 10 feet away from him, standing with their hands by their sides. They were waiting quietly. Seeing that Xiao Hua was ignoring them, they did not dare to ask. After finishing a set of Big Dipper mystical fists, Xiao Hua stopped and smiled. "How are your injuries?" I took some elixirs, so there shouldn't be any problems. Xiao Mao looked at Li Zongbao, who had a complicated expression, and hurriedly answered. He did not have any obstacles when facing Xiao Hua, whose cultivation was extraordinary, but Li Zongbao probably had some ideas. And that's good. Xiao Hua sighed and said to Li Zongbao, I'm afraid that we have wasted our trip to the flowing ice valley. I originally wanted to chop off Qin Jian's head, but who would have thought that he would turn into a sword, and this flying sword? I was unable to take it down. Qin Jian self-destructed, so his storage bag and other items are probably gone. We don't have any proof, so how can we claim credit from the conference hall? Hearing Xiao Hua call himself a little brother, a trace of warmth flashed through Li Zongbao's eyes. He pointed to the ground and said, Things don't seem as complicated as junior brother Xiao thinks. Oh, Xiao Hua looked down and saw a fist-sized piece of flesh. This is... Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback, but then he laughed loudly. Indeed, this flesh and blood was similar to a fragment of the flying sword that Qin Jian had transformed into when he had self-destructed. Xiao Hua casually took it and threw it on the ground. At this moment, that fragment had turned into flesh and blood again. How strange! Xiao Hua scratched his head and thought to himself, since Qin Jian has already turned into a sword, after the explosion, it should be the fragments of the flying sword. Why did it turn into flesh and blood? However, since there was flesh and blood, there should be fragments of Qin Jian's head as well. Now that Xiao Hua and the others had the basis to ask for a reward, who would care about why he escaped from the sword transformation? Ha! The heavens are helping me. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. Big brother and senior brother Li, please wait here. I will go and look for them now. Xiao Mao was also overjoyed. Junior brother Xiao, rest here. I will go with Xiao Mao to search for him. Although Li Zongbao's face was indifferent, he was secretly happy. Although he did not personally kill Qin Jian, Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao were in the same team as him. This merit belonged to none other than the three of them. Okay, Xiao Hua did not decline. Although Qin Jian had self-destructed, his flesh and blood were only scattered within a few li. With the two's divine senses, it would be easy to find him. When the two of them went in different directions, Xiao Hua released his divine senses and scanned the area within a few li. All the swordsmen who came into contact with Xiao Hua's divine senses were shocked and fled. Damn it, this young master's reputation is a little troublesome. Xiao Hua had a headache. He actually killed Qin Jian in front of so many swordsmen. It was impossible for his reputation not to spread far and wide. Others were afraid that his reputation would not spread far and wide, but Xiao Hua was worried. Xiao Hua waved the Big Dipper magical fist again. His primordial spirit that had fused with his bones swam within them. After looking at the condition of his bones, Xiao Hua was the same as before. He sighed, this bone tempering is really the work of dripping water to penetrate a stone. Without a certain degree of polishing, there will not be any progress at all. This Big Dipper magical fist was the bone-tempering technique this young master used when he had a fire attribute physique. Now, it is no longer of much use. There are still so many fine orange spots. It seems that the earth crystal Yao milk cannot speed up the progress of the bone-tempering technique too much. I wonder when it will reach the limit. Actually, not only was there no improvement in bone honing, there was also not much improvement in the dragon transformation incantation and heavenly infusion technique. However, now that Little White had returned, he could ask Little White about the dragon transformation incantation after she recovered. Xiao Hua waved his fists and legs as he thought. It was rare for him to be able to leisurely practice martial arts on the foothills. After 4 hours, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao flew back. Seeing Xiao Mao's gloomy face, Xiao Hua's heart sank. He asked in a low voice, "How is it? Could it be that that bastard Qin Jian really split into thousands of blood vessels, and there is no trace of him left?" Seeing Xiao Hua's anxiety, Xiao Mao clapped his hands and laughed. "Big brother, look." As he spoke, he took out a sword token from his storage bag. Xiao Hua glanced at it and did not take it. He shook his head slightly. Even if it is Qin Jian's token, I am afraid that it is not enough to prove that Qin Jian died in our hands. What about this? Although Li Zongbao's face was cold, his eyes flashed with a trace of ecstasy. He reached out his hand and took out half a head from his storage bag. Oh! Xiao Hua's eyebrows relaxed, and his eyes lit up. This head was not complete, only half of it. But what was amazing was that this half was half of Qin Jian's face. If it was put together with the sword token, it would definitely prove the identity of this head. I also found a lot of remains. Xiao Mao laughed. If we forcefully put them together, we might be able to piece together a complete corpse. Fuck. Xiao Hua finally understood why Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao took such a long time to come back. They had searched the surrounding 10 miles, and other than the corpses that had fallen into the river, they couldn't find anything else. Everything else should be here. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "What about the other things?" "They are all here." Li Zongbao took out a storage bag and handed it to Xiao Hua. "Xiao Mao and I knew that junior brother Xiao might be useful, so we came over. But, it might not be useful." Hearing Li Zongbao's words, Xiao Hua's heart that had just been filled with hope sank again. As expected, when he took the storage bag, there were a lot of things inside. It might be Qin Jian's, or it might not be Qin Jian's, but they were all tattered and not a single one was complete. The sword token and flying sword that Xiao Hua wanted was also not there. "Oh, this is in good condition." Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over it. It was an extremely simple triangular object that was in tatters. He could not see its origin. Xiao Hua took out the triangular object and looked at it for a moment. He could not figure out what it was, but since Qin Jian's self-destruction could not destroy it, it must be extremely hard. "This item, I will take it." Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao and smiled. "This is all junior brother Zhao's. There is no need to ask me." How could Li Zongbao have any objections? "Thank you, senior brother Li." Xiao Hua smiled and kept the storage bag. He looked around and said, "I have troubled senior brother Li about this matter. This Qin Jian was also killed by Yu Mi and Xiao Mao. As for the details, senior brother will make the decision. And I know this." Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Mao. "We obtained such a great merit out of nowhere, and the rewards are also great. Xiao Mao and I will naturally have to consider carefully." "Good." Xiao Hua nodded. He looked into the distance and said, "The sword cultivators are already gathering again. My Dao sect cultivators are also stopping in the distance. Let's go." "Wait a moment." Li Zongbao bit his lips and said, "I still have to find Martial Uncle Chu Huey's corpse. It would be even better if I can find Martial Uncle Su Bo's corpse." This, Xiao Hua frowned slightly. After all, the flowing Ice Valley Spirit Stone Mine was now filled with sword cultivators. Although the three of them were powerful, it would be dangerous for them to go there now. That day, I went to the country of Shi for Martial Uncle Chu Huey's personal matters. I met junior brother Xiao, and Li Zongbao said intermittently, "Martial Uncle took good care of me. Even the Taiqing sect's Feather Immortal Gathering was promoted by Martial Uncle Chu Hui. If I can't find Martial Uncle Chu Huey's corpse, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace." "Oh, there is such a karma?" Xiao Hua suddenly realized that the question Li Zongbao had asked about the devil cultivators on the Thousand Zhang Mountain was actually about Chu Hui. "Forget it." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Senior brother Li, come with me." Since junior brother Li is willing to help because of junior brother Chu Hui, junior brother will definitely do his best. After saying that, Xiao Hua flew up and flew towards the place where he saw Qin Jian kill Chu Hui. That place wasn't too far from here, but at this time, there were many swordsmen entrenched there. Seeing Xiao Hua, this fiend, actually flying towards them, the crowd of swordsmen couldn't help but be frightened out of their wits. They hastily fled. How could they still dare to stay in place? When Xiao Hua landed at the foot of the mountain, he used his divine perception to search carefully. After a long while, Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao flew over. "Over there," Xiao Hua pointed and said in a low voice, "The corpses of the two martial uncles are here. I just don't know if the things inside are intact. Let's go over." Li Zongbao was overjoyed when he heard that. He hurriedly moved and landed at the riverside. Chu Hui and Su Bo's mangled corpses were hanging on the riverside. Their corpses were still intact, and their storage bags were hanging on their waists. Obviously, after Qin Jian killed the two of them, he immediately chased after Xiao Hua and the others. He didn't have time to give orders, so the swordsman didn't dare to casually deal with the corpses. Near, there are thousands of corpses. What does Senior Brotherly think? Xiao Hua was a little dispirited and asked in a low voice. Junior Brother Xiao is tired. Let me and Xiao Mao clean them up. Li Zongbao's heart was filled with sorrow. However, this sorrow was gradually driven away by the parting love treasure mirror. He only pondered for a moment before replying. Chapter 2542. No need, Xiao Hua sighed. Let's do it together. These are the brave warriors of my Dao sect. If I don't collect their corpses, I won't be able to rest easy. With that, Xiao Hua flew up and flew in a certain direction. He waved his hands, and all the corpses of the Dao sect cultivators fell into his hands. Then, he put them into his storage bag. As for the sword cultivator corpses, Xiao Hua did not touch them at all. He only collected the storage bag and flying sword. It took them more than an hour to collect the corpses. However, other than the surging river water and the occasional sweep of divine scents, no one came to disturb them. It was quite peaceful. Let's go. After all, Xiao Hua was used to collecting corpses. He was the first to fly into the air. After waiting for a while, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao also flew over. Xiao Hua waved his hand and flew to the south. After the three of them flew for a long time, the thousands of swordsmen flew out hesitantly. Some of them cleaned up the battlefield, while some of them flew to other places. They should be notifying the other illusory sword division masters. Xiao Hua and the others only flew for an hour. Along the way, they collected many corpses of the cultivators. Then, they turned to the west. Li Zongbao originally wanted to point out the direction, but when he saw Xiao Hua's confidence, he knew that Xiao Hua had found something. Therefore, he kept quiet. Sure enough, not long after, Li Zongbao's divine sense also found that there were thousands of cultivators gathered not far away. They seemed to be waiting and planning something. When Li Zongbao and the others flew closer, these cultivators realized that these cultivators were the cultivators that Xiao Hua had opened up the underground passage and rescued. When the cultivators saw Li Zongbao and the others return safely, they were all overjoyed. The crowd shouted and stepped forward to greet Li Zongbao and the others. At the same time, they thanked Li Zongbao for saving their lives. At this time, Xiao Hua was extremely shy. He quietly hid behind Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. Although he was smiling, he did not speak. Hee, you're welcome, you're welcome. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao knew Xiao Hua's thoughts, so they naturally took half a step forward and returned the greeting. The emotions of the crowd, who had just survived a calamity, were somewhat emotional. Over 1,000 people surrounded the three of them, words of gratitude ceaselessly filling their ears. A long while later, Li Zongbao waved his hand again, indicating for the crowd to quiet down. Then he said, "Today's battle at Ice Flow Valley can be considered as a setback for us. Tens of thousands of disciples were killed or injured. However, I'm afraid even more sword cultivators will perish under the attacks of these disciples. In this way, we'll be able to give an explanation to the discussion hall. Right now, we need to gather the remaining disciples. First, we need to deal with the future attacks of cultivators, and second, we need to see what plans we have for the future." Yes, we understand. Among the 1,000 disciples, there were disciples of the Utopia faction, the Changbai faction, and the Cool Breeze Valley. Those disciples of the Utopia faction were already shouting loudly. They had been driven so far away by the sword cultivators, so they didn't have the time to check on the situation at Ice Flow Valley. At this time, they didn't know that Qin Jian had been killed by Xiao Hua. Li Zongbao tilted his head slightly and sent a message to Xiao Hua. Then he turned back to the dozens of disciples of the Utopia faction and said, "You all go to various places. There are other disciples there. After you find them, wait for us at a place more than 300 miles ahead." Yes, the disciples of the Utopia faction received the order and flew in groups of 3 to 5 to the places that Li Zongbao had mentioned. The disciples of the other factions flew forward under Li Zongbao's lead. 300 miles away, there was an ice field that was slightly higher than other places. A group of cultivators landed on the ice field. They consumed pills and adjusted their breathing and true core strength. Some cultivators flew out to patrol the area. After half a day, dozens of Utmost Happiness faction disciples returned. Along with them, there were close to 10,000 disciples from the 3 factions. Half of these disciples had followed Li Zongbao out of the Spirit Stone mine, while the other half had followed Xie Hui and Su Bo out of the Spirit Stone mine. Jian Boming, who was close to Li Zongbao, was also killed by the sword cultivators. Greetings, Senior Brother Li and Senior Brother Xiao. Although Yi Bei of the Changbai sect did not have the highest cultivation among the disciples of the Changbai sect, he had helped Li Zongbao in the Karst Cave. Now, he had gained the support of many disciples of the Changbai sect. Moreover, the disciples of the Changbai sect were protected by the Sword Origin, and there were more survivors than the Utopia faction and the Cool Breeze Valley. Without Li Zongbao's command, he was the leader of these disciples. However, when he saw Li Zongbao and the other 2, he hurried forward to salute them and thank them for saving his life. Li Zongbao hurriedly helped him up and said, "My sect's martial uncle Chu Hui, your sect's martial uncle Li Feiyu, and Cool Breeze Valley's martial uncle Su Bo have all fallen. When I was collecting martial uncle Chu Hui's corpse, I found martial uncle Li Feiyu's corpse and storage pouch. I will return these items to Junior Brother Yi." As he spoke, Li Zongbao was about to take out his storage bag. Yi Bei looked sad, but then he waved his hand and said, "Senior Brother Li, don't worry. It's not safe to leave Uncle Li's body with me. Why don't you take the bodies of the 3 Uncle Xie Hui and bring them back to the Sky Patrol City?" "Fine." Li Zongbao thought for a while and nodded. Then Li Zongbao asked curiously, "Junior Brother Yi, you mean you can't go back to the Sky Patrol City with me?" Yi Bei smiled bitterly and looked at the others. He said, "That's right. We are not like Senior Brother Li and the 2 Senior Brothers Xiao. We were ordered to attack the Spiritual Stone Mine in the Flowing Ice Valley. It would be best if we could conquer it. Even if we couldn't, we had to find out the strength of the swordsmen in the Flowing Ice Valley. Then, we had to wait for further orders in the Flowing Ice Valley. Just now, when I received your message, I had already sent the disciples of my faction and the disciples of your faction and the Cool Breeze Valley according to the previous arrangement. We just need to wait for orders." "Oh, I see." Li Zongbao nodded slightly. He understood that there were further arrangements in the conference hall of the Sky Patrol City. However, he had not heard Chu Hui mention it. Apparently, Chu Hui did not intend to leave Li Zongbao there. After all, Li Zongbao's purpose was to kill Qin Jian. Alas, it was supposed to be a smooth attack. Yi Bei looked at the cultivators who were sitting cross-legged and taking elixirs to adjust their qi circulation. He sighed and said, "But who knew that there would be so many twists and turns? First, we were at a disadvantage. When the 3 senior brothers turned the tide, we encountered the spirit-binding juice. After the 3 senior brothers used their divine skills to rescue us from the underground Karst Cave, we actually met the fiend Qin Jian. Not to mention the death of the 3 Gold Core Realm seniors. The 3 factions lost thousands of disciples. There were more than 30,000 disciples who attacked the Flowing Ice Valley that day. Today, there are only about 10,000 disciples left." Then, Yi Bei looked at the distant sky. There were already some dark clouds. He said worriedly, "This place is still close to the Flowing Ice Valley. If Qin Jian chases after us, it will be inappropriate. Let's retreat. According to the plan, there will be disciples from the Sky Patrol City hundreds of miles ahead." Speaking of this, Yi Bei hesitated again. "By the way, if we retreat and attract Qin Jian's attention, it will be inappropriate to lead the swordsman there." "Haha, don't worry," Xiao Mao said with a smile. "I'm afraid that Qin Jian will not be able to catch up with us in this lifetime." Ah! Yi Bei was stunned, and then he was overjoyed. He looked at Li Zongbao in disbelief and said hurriedly, Senior Brother Li, what does Senior Brother Xiao mean? That's right. Qin Jian was seriously injured under the fierce attacks of Martial Uncle Chu Hui and Martial Uncle Su Bo. He chased after the three of us, but he fell into my trap. Junior Brother Xiao and I joined forces to kill him. This is considered as revenge for the three martial uncles. Li Zongbao said calmly. Li Zongbao's voice wasn't loud, but it was thunderous. Everyone was like Yi Bei, looking at Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao in disbelief. They almost didn't dare to believe their own ears. Li Zongbao looked at the demoralized cultivators. He clapped his hands and took out half of Qin Jian's head. He raised his hands and said, Look, Qin Jian's dog head is in my hands. My fellow cultivators, the senior brothers and junior brothers who died in the flowing ice valley can rest in peace. Boom! The crowd could not help but murmur. The whole place was in chaos. All the cultivators who were meditating opened their eyes. The demoralized cultivators were suddenly reignited. Senior Brother Li's cultivation is really high. He has really made our Utopia faction proud. The disciples of the Utopia faction shouted at the side. The disciples of the Changbai sect and the Cool Breeze Valley also clamored. Senior Brother Xiao Hua, Senior Brother Xiao Mao's cultivation is really high. I admire you so much. Li Zongbao watched the crowd clamor as all the flattering words flowed past his ears. Moments later, he kept Qin Jian's head into his storage bag and said in a clear voice, Qin Jian's cultivation is indeed extraordinary, and the ambush he set up is also formidable. However, he was still unable to escape from the magical treasures of our Dao sect disciples. We are merely at the Advanced Foundation establishment stage, and we are able to kill him. There is no need for the Jindan stage elders in the discussion hall to act. What does this mean? The swordsmen will lose, and we cultivators will win. The disciples of the Utopia faction shouted. Exactly. Li Zongbao raised his hand and shouted, Kill Qin Jian, kill the sword cultivators, kill our way through the sword catacomb, and kill our way into the Hung country. Our Dao sect will win. Kill Qin Jian, our Dao sect will win. Li Zongbao's words were really well received. All the cultivators raised their arms and shouted. The shouts of more than 10,000 cultivators resounded through the heavens and earth. Even though there was no echo in the snowfield, the momentum was really shocking. Damn it! Even though Xiao Hua was a little depressed after the big battle, he was instantly infected by the cheers of the 10,000 cultivators. He was a little excited. The crowd waited for the time it took to eat a meal before Li Zongbao calmed them down. After they calmed down a little, they arranged themselves according to the division of their sects and the arrangement of their teams. They formed a certain formation to rest and adjust their breathing. The other three sects, other than Yi Bei of the Changbai sect, chose another 2 disciples to be the commanders. Chapter 25:43. Qin Jian was killed, and the sword cultivators in the spiritual stone mine in Flowing Ice Valley were also injured. The swordsmen won't come after us. Li Zongbao saw that the situation was stable and said, Junior brothers Xiao and I will not stay here any longer. We'll leave the tens of thousands of disciples to you. Junior brothers, please discuss things carefully and don't be impulsive. Yes, we understand. Yi Bei looked at the 2 of them and smiled. Senior Brother Li, don't worry. Since there are follow-up arrangements in the meeting hall, we won't have to wait here for too long. Besides, Senior Brother Li and the 2 senior brothers, Xiao, have killed Qin Jian. Even if you're not here, the sword cultivators won't dare to attack. That's true. Junior Brother Ye's words make sense. Thinking of Xiao Hua standing in Flowing Ice Valley, the sword cultivators all retreated. The swordsmen didn't know that the 3 of them had left, so they wouldn't dare to attack. Li Zongbao nodded and replied, In that case, we'll return to Sky Patrol City. You'd better be careful. Yes, farewell, senior brothers. The 3 elders in the later stage of Foundation establishment had white hair and beards, but they didn't dare to be negligent in the face of the three people who could kill Qin Jian. They bowed and sent them off. Seeing the three of them fly away, the cultivators' eyes were filled with admiration. At the same time, the sense of security they had just gained faded away. Xiaohua and the other two flew back to Sky Patrol City from Flowing Ice Valley. In just 2 days, they met 3 groups of Taoist cultivators who were heading toward Huan Kingdom. They were disciples from Ming Kingdom and Lian Kingdom. There were many of them, and the cultivators who led the group were in the early and middle stage of the Golden Core realm. It seemed that they were going to make a final attack on the swordsmen of Huan Kingdom. Li Zongbao also found out that one of the groups was heading toward the Flowing Ice Valley. The disciples of the Utopia faction, the Chongbai faction, and the Cool Breeze Valley were with them. As for how to attack and where to attack, Li Zongbao didn't ask much. Apparently, the middle-stage Golden Core Realm Master who was leading the group wouldn't tell them. After flying for a few more days, Xiaohua was surprised and whispered, "Senior Brother Li, I feel that something is wrong." "Why?" Li Zongbao asked. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua muttered, "I remember that when we were on our way here, we met many Huan Kingdom swordsmen. Although their cultivation levels varied, they seemed to be obstructing us. However, when we returned to Sky Patrol City today, we did not meet any swordsmen. It's really strange." Li Zongbao smiled and said, "Can't you see that the Dao Sect cultivators have already gathered in groups and are about to launch a fierce attack on the sword cultivators? Our Dao Sect's cultivators do not hide their tracks, and I'm sure that they have already detected us. Therefore, they must have gathered and prepared to face the enemy. Therefore, there are very few disciples patrolling the area, and I don't even see them. Perhaps, after this battle, according to the changes in the battlefield, there will be other unforeseen events." Okay, Xiaohua was skeptical, but he knew that he was not as good as Li Zongbao in this aspect, so he did not ask any more questions. On the return journey, Xiao Mao continued to operate the Flowing Cloud flying ship. Xiaohua sat cross-legged, sometimes closing his eyes, sometimes deep in thought, as if he was thinking of something, but also as if he was concentrating on comprehending something. As for Li Zongbao, after seeing Xiaohua's true strength, he spoke even less than before. However, his attitude toward Xiaohua was not overly respectful because of this. He said what he should say, and also called him Junior Brother Xiao. After more than 10 days, the Sky Patrol City was in sight. Before Xiaohua could stop them, Li Zongbao asked Xiao Mao to stop the airship. Then he looked at Xiaohua and said, "Junior Brother Xiao, this Sky Patrol City, you don't have to enter. You can fly faster than us, and you have this Flowing Cloud airship with you. It should be good for you to pass some messages. I will send you to the north of the Sky Patrol City and inform the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and the Utopia faction about the battle in the Flowing Ice Valley and the 7 Extremes Mountains. What do you think?" Xiaohua knew Li Zongbao's intention. He said with a smile, "Senior Brother Li, how can I disobey your order? I will set off now. I just don't know. How can I report to Senior Brother Li after I complete the task?" Li Zongbao disagreed and said, "After the battle in Flowing Ice Valley, our team of 3 will definitely be famous in Sky Patrol City. At that time, you only need to tell them your name or someone's name. Which disciple won't know? After you complete the task, you just need to find Xiao Mao and me." Xiaohua understood Li Zongbao's sincerity. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Li. I will definitely complete the task." "Okay, you can kill the swordsman." Li Zongbao nodded. "The credit is not only yours, but also the credit of the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect." "I understand." Xiaohua nodded. Then Li Zongbao waved his hand and flew up. Xiao Mao bowed to Xiaohua and flew up after him. "Oh, by the way, Xiao Mao, I have something to tell you." Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and whispered. Xiao Mao stood in the air and listened to Xiaohua's words. He said, "Big brother, please don't worry. I will bring the message. Be careful." After that, Xiao Mao urged his magic power and caught up with Li Zongbao, who had flown far away. They found a hidden transmission array and were transmitted back to the Sky Patrol City together. Seeing the two figures disappear, Xiao Hua smiled and released his divine thought. After looking for a moment, he controlled the flowing cloud flying boat to fly to a place. Xiao Hua controlled the flying boat to land in a low-lying place. He kept the flying boat and set up a rabbit array. He sat cross-legged and waited quietly. Time passed quickly. Seeing that there was no movement within 100 miles, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out a flying sword from a space. This flying sword was very strange. It was only as thick as a little finger and only 1 foot long. There were golden threads flashing on it, as if it was condensed from a lot of golden threads. Is this the invisible sword? Looking at the invisible golden thread sword floating in the air, Xiao Hua scanned it with his divine thought. He felt that there was a strange fluctuation in the golden thread sword that seemed to be able to block his divine thought. However, Xiao Hua did not know what kind of fluctuation it was. Was it because of the runes or the material? It's a pity that Qin Jian blew himself up, not to mention the other 3 flying swords. He didn't even leave the sword bamboo slip behind. Besides, a loss. Xiao Hua was speechless. It seemed that the opponents he encountered were getting more and more powerful, and they more or less had life-saving means. Even if his means were not good, he still wanted to drag Xiao Hua down with him and perish together with him. Compared to the fruitful results from the previous battles, this was not worth it. This golden thread sword looks very strange. I can't use it. It's really depressing. Xiao Hua thought and waved his hand. The sword light on the golden thread sword emitted a strong golden brilliance, and then it was annihilated. It was Xiao Hua who killed Qin Jian's primordial spirit in the golden thread sword. If Xiao Hua refined the golden thread sword, he would have to kill the sword spirit in it. Then, the golden thread sword would turn into a sword pill. When Xiao Hua planted it into his primordial spirit, the golden thread sword would become Xiao Hua's flying sword, just like the Dream Executioner. However, Xiao Hua had the Devil Realm's concealment technique, so he didn't really need to rely on the invisible sword to become invisible. Moreover, he already had 7 sword orbs in his Buddha fire that were still being nurtured. Adding another sword orb now really didn't have much meaning. He only needed to control the invisible sword and be able to kill people invisibly. He did not need to spend a lot of effort to nurture the sword. Maybe one day I will meet that little girl Guyu and get the method to use the invisible sword from her. Xiao Hua's face revealed an indescribable expression. That's right. What was the deal with Qin Jian's flying sword at the end? Xiao Hua looked into the distance again, but there was no movement. He put away the golden silk sword, and his consciousness entered the mysterious dark clouds. He thought to himself, it can actually directly kill a soul. This young master's protective golden light didn't have any reaction at all. This is really too scary. If I did not meet Little White in the Yin-Yang Two Springs Mountain, my life would have been gone. Karma. Ah, karma. This is karma. Xiao Hua sighed and had already entered the heaven ring. But at this moment, Huan Qi still had that kind of hazy appearance of moonlight. In the horizon, the half-moon was faint like an eyebrow, sprinkling its emerald splendor all over. A kind of faint tranquility enveloped the entire Huan Qi sky, straight to the point that it was like a quiet night somewhere in Dawn Rain continent. And in this tranquil night sky, a dragon body about 1 zhang long emitted a faint white light and danced without restraint, as if the entire sky was his. Dragon dances 9 heavens, Xiao Hua's mind saw and immediately gave birth to a thought. Near the dragon body, Xiao Hua's primordial spirit also danced without restraint. Above the primordial spirit, there were many soul strands. These soul strands were very strange. Some slowly elongated, some quickly danced, and even more disappeared in a flash, as if they had grown out of the primordial spirit and were immediately annihilated. Little White Dragon's soul seems to have condensed a lot. This white light was also not there before. Although it looked very faint, there is an essential difference. Xiao Hua looked at it and understood. Moreover, with the little white dragon's soul accompanying me, This little master's primordial spirit has improved by quite a bit. Not to mention a few years, even if it's just 1 or 2 years. I should be able to break through. Of course, this twilight moon seems to have dimmed a lot. You came. Little White's voice sounded. Oh, you can sense it? Xiaohua was surprised. Little White's current situation was more similar to Little Yellow's. Yes, just now, what happened? Little White's voice was still tired. How did a soul sword pierce in? Soul sword? Xiaohua understood and said again. It was an opponent of a sword cultivator. Sword cultivator? Little White did not understand and said, Is there still something like the moon? In a while, it will be used up. There is. Xiaohua said with a smile. How many do you want? I will give you. Chapter 25:44. As he spoke, Xiaohua took out another piece of the twilight moon and sent it into the heaven ring. Strangely enough, as soon as this full moon entered the heaven ring, it immediately merged with the previous crescent moon, illuminating the entire heaven ring. Very good, Whitey said and shook its dragon body again. That faint white light flickered along with the fluctuation. Many thanks, Whitey. Xiaohua did not want to disturb Whitey any longer and was about to leave the sky. Thanks? Xiaohua, you are too polite. Whitey said in a low voice. I can't wait to have more of these things. Don't. Xiaohua's heart still had lingering fear and almost wanted to wave his hand. If there are too many of these things, my little heart will not be able to take it. All right, you can cultivate. If this full moon is gone, try calling me. Maybe I can hear you. Xiaohua prepared to leave. And I know. Whitey's dragon head shook slightly. Oh, right, there are some things in this soul sword that are hard to chew. I will leave it to you. Don't resist. As it spoke, a jade-green crystal thread flashed from Whitey's dragon head and slowly shot towards Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Okay. Xiaohua's primordial spirit stopped dancing and waited for the crystal thread to enter his primordial spirit. A jade-green light flashed, and Xiaohua immediately felt that many things appeared in his mind. After leaving the sky and carefully inspecting these things, Xiaohua was almost overjoyed. It turned out that these were all Qin Jian's sword techniques, not to mention the method to control the formless golden thread sword, even the control of the 4 divisions sword formation, how to connect the flying swords, how to speed up, how to condense the soul sword were all detailed. What made Xiaohua the happiest was that Qin Jian actually had the primordial spirit sword technique. It was also the secret sword technique that he had been looking for. Ha! This young master understands. Xiaohua was wild with joy when he saw so many things. After a long while, he came to his senses. This soul sword is condensed from the soul, so it must have Qin Jian's memories. This soul sword was actually swallowed by Whitey, and Qin Jian's memories were also obtained by Whitey. Ha! It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. That's right. It's probably because most of Qin Jian's soul has been devoured that Qin Jian's soul can't completely fuse with his flying sword. That's why he can't maintain his flying sword form for long. That's why he can't maintain his flying sword form after he's self-destructed. That's why he reverted back to his fleshly body. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Fine. Xiaohua sighed. If I hadn't saved the little white dragon's soul, how could I have obtained these things? The primordial spirit sword controlling technique. I'll take a look at these first. After saying that, Xiaohua closed his eyes and calmed himself down to comprehend the secret technique he had always wanted. However, at this moment, a loud rumbling sound could be heard from the direction of Sky Patrol City. Oh, Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. Could it be that something happened in Sky Patrol City? When Xiaohua looked over, he saw smoke rising into the sky from the direction of Sky Patrol City. Many flying boats were flying toward him. Behind the flying boats, there were figures of cultivators from various sects flying out of Sky Patrol City. There's something going on in the conference hall again. Xiaohua immediately thought of what Li Zongbao said and thought to himself, after this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, I'm afraid that the Sword Transformation Realm and nascent Soul Realm cultivators will come to the vicinity of Sky Patrol City. Damn it, I've killed so many illusory swords. Will those Sword Transformation Realm cultivators come after me? And that old ghost, Jing Ran, should be coming too. Others are looking forward to the arrival of the nascent Soul Realm cultivators, but I'm scared. Thinking that the battle had finally reached the second stage and the nascent Soul Realm cultivators were finally coming, Xiao Hua's heart felt heavy. What will come will come. Time is like the morning sun. It can only move forward. Xiao Hua sighed. Hiding in the formation, he was not in the mood to cultivate. Looking at the many flying boats flying over his head and the disciples of various sects, he thought to himself. However, right at this moment, an extremely small thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Time is like the sun. It can only move forward. If light can be reversed, then can time be reversed? Of course, this thought only flashed in his mind. Time flow backward. What kind of magical power was that? At this moment, in Xiao Hua's mind, this was just a guess. He did not even think that such a powerful person could exist in this time. This was simply illogical. It actually took an hour for all the cultivators to fly over. The number of cultivators was so large that it really made Xiao Hua astonished. Maybe, while Xiao Hua was hesitating, a figure flew over from the direction of Sky Patrol City. He flew very slowly, and his divine sense swept left and right, as if he was looking for something. You're finally here. Seeing this, Xiao Hua removed the formation and flew into the air. The person who came was Bai Fengliang, whom Xiao Hua had asked Xiao Mao to look for. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Bai Fengliang saw Xiao Hua hurriedly fly over and hurriedly bowed. It's really troublesome to leave the city today. I'm late, please forgive me. It's okay. Xiao Hua had just seen the cultivators of the Dao sect leave the city. Of course, he knew that it was difficult for Bai Fengliang to come out of Sky Patrol City. He waved his hand and smiled. How's the thing I asked you to prepare? I'll let you know. Now that the Golden Core disciples of various sects have gathered in Sky Patrol City, it's quite difficult for our Holy Gate disciples to go in and out. The number of pills sent over is not very large. Bai Fengliang took out a storage bag from his waist and handed it over respectfully. He said, "These are the Holy Gate disciples from various big cities. Please check." Hearing Bai Fengliang mention the difficulty, Xiao Hua knew that there were not many pills in the bag. However, when he took a look, he was shocked. There were nearly 400 Qinli pills and even dozens of Huayuan pills. Oh my, this is still not a lot. Bai Fengliang paid attention to Xiao Hua's expression. Seeing that Xiao Hua's expression was not right, he muttered in his heart. He hurriedly smiled and said, "However, I've already told the other disciples that this is specially designated by the sect leader's order. They must spare no expense in terms of money and manpower. No need." Xiao Hua estimated that he had used 360 building foundation dawn to build his foundation. Even if he had condensed his core, he would not have used more than 360 building foundation dawn. There were nearly 500 dry separation dawn here, which should be enough. These dawn are already enough. You can pass down the sect leader's order that there is no need to collect these pills. Yes, I understand. Bai Fengliang let out a long breath. With Xiao Hua's words, his task was completed, and it was completed perfectly. Now that all the Golden Core cultivators have gathered in Sky Patrol City, and I just saw a lot of Dao sect disciples coming out of the city, I'm afraid that there will be a war between Huan country and Shi country. You're not safe here, so it's better for you to leave early. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, "With the message talisman that I gave you, I'm sure you'll be rewarded handsomely. Thank you for your generous gift, Brother Xiao." Bai Fengliang bowed and thanked him. Then he asked hesitantly, "I just don't know, the previous agreement between me and Brother Xiao, you and I have an agreement? Why didn't I know about it?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. Yes, I was muddle-headed. Bai Fengliang hurriedly smiled. He scanned the surroundings with his divine thought and said in a low voice, "I'll leave Sky Patrol City now. However, I received news a few days ago that my holy gate might be making a big move. As for where it is, I don't know. That's enough. Xiao Hua waved his hand. This is your business. It has nothing to do with me. If there's nothing else, I have to go somewhere else. Brother Bai, we'll meet again if fate wills it. Yes, I'll see you off. Bai Fengliang said with a smile. The war between Dao and sword is very dangerous. I hope you take care of yourself. I look forward to the day when you're pregnant. Haha, I'll borrow fellow Taoist Bai's auspicious words. If that day ever comes, I'll definitely remember what fellow Taoist Bai has done for me. Xiao Hua laughed as he flew up into the air. He cupped his hands towards Bai Fengliang before turning around and leaving. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua did not know that he would never be able to see Bai Fengliang again, even if he was pregnant. After all, Bai Fengliang knew the relationship between Xiao Hua and Zhang Qingxiao. Xiao Hua was kind-hearted and would not be ruthless to Bai Fengliang. But why would Zhang Qingxiao care about this? He would do anything to protect his loved ones. In the past, it was Xiao Yuehong and the others. Now it was Xiao Xinrui. Since Xiao Hua admitted that he was Shang Huaming's disciple, he would never allow any element that could threaten Xiao Hua. What's more, Xiao Hua's usefulness to him was more than the value of a junior brother. Bai Fengliang, a rogue cultivator who had bitterly pursued cultivation, finally had the opportunity to reach the foundation establishment stage and cultivate. However, because of his simple mission, all of his efforts had gone to waste and he had lost his life. He was like a wave in flowing ice valley, only surging under the sun for a moment before falling back into the river, never to be seen again. Some people have destinies, but their destinies are not in their hands. My destiny is in my own hands, not in the hands of God. Sometimes it is a self-comforting joke. Xiao Hua flew into the air. He did not know that a cultivator who had been bitterly pursuing cultivation had decided his fate just because he saw him. He only needed to identify the direction slightly before he flew towards the northwest. After all, to him, a direction was just a direction. He would only stop when it was about time to search for his destination in detail. Along the way, what he needed to do was to comprehend the primordial spirit sword controlling technique. Xiao Hua did not need to rely on the primordial spirit to control the sword, but he needed the primordial spirit sword controlling technique. He wanted to learn from this technique so that his primordial spirit could do something in the space and not just be a passerby. The primordial spirit sword controlling technique was a secret technique that could be cultivated by swordsmen. It was not easy to comprehend. Not to mention Xiao Hua, who was pondering and comprehending along the way. There was a lot of discussion in the meeting hall of Sky Patrol City. Today's shift was Hung Hung from the Utopia faction. Hung Heng's face was expressionless, but he was a little indifferent. He sat on the futon and glanced at the gold core cultivators. Chapter 2545. When the discussion died down, Hung Feng coughed twice and said, "Fellow cultivators, according to our previous discussion, we have sent out more than half of the disciples from the 300 sects in Sky Patrol City. As for the remaining disciples, we will wait for more than 10 days for more accurate information. Then, we will lead them directly into the Huan Kingdom. The days when we sit in the conference hall are about to end. Alas, I really want to see where that arrogant Qin Jian is. Our nascent soul stage masters are about to arrive, but this guy has not been killed yet. How shameful." "Humph, fellow cultivator Hung Ming," Wang Yi sneered. "According to the latest news, Qin Jian's cultivation is at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword stage. His attack is comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Do you think you can take it safely?" Hung Feng knew that Wang Yi from the 7 Skill sect was unhappy about his renting the flowing cloud airship, so he objected. However, he did not care and said with a smile, "Even if Qin Jian's attack is comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator, it is only a casual attack from a nascent soul stage cultivator. I am not talented, so how can I not dodge it? Besides, I am not as stupid as some people who do not use their strengths and give their weaknesses to others. I have magic weapons, spells, and talismans that can attack Qingjian. Why should I fight him head-on? Alas, the disciples of the Seven Skills sect have foresight. We will not do something like throwing an egg against a rock. Wang Yi stretched his back and said, unlike some people who clamored to kill Qin Jin the moment they stepped out. It has been so many years, but they did not even touch a hair of Qin Jian's. I don't know if they're really capable. Speaking of this, Wang Yi suddenly realized something. He patted his forehead and said, oh right, I forgot. How can the so-called number 1 cultivator below the Golden Core stage compete with an illusory swordsman? Everything is just a gimmick. Wang Yi, Heng Zhao, was enraged. Our Utopia faction finally has some people with backbone who dare to kill Qingjian. And, after all, we did it. How can we compare to your Seven Skills sect? Your flying boat fell into the hands of a sword cultivator and was taken back by a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. You still have the audacity to demand it back. Ha ha ha. So it wasn't a disciple of the Utopia faction who stole the flying boat. Wang Yi laughed instead of getting angry. Fellow Taoists, the Taiqing sect's De Sun said with dissatisfaction. The conference hall is a place where the cultivators of the 3 states discuss matters. It is not a place where the various sects quarrel. Today is fellow Taoist Heng Ming's turn, so how can there be no rules? Heng Ji's expression froze as he cupped his fists and said, thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist De Sun. I have some surging qi and blood today, and I feel that something is wrong. I have indeed lost my composure. Oh, is it about the dispatch of the disciples of the various sects? De Sun asked hastily. He didn't dare to be careless when he heard Heng Teng's words. Heng Teng smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked around and asked, I don't know, so I wanted to ask for your opinion just now. Lu Xinwu of the Shanghua sect smiled and said, fellow Taoist Heng Ming, you worry too much. We have already made ample preparations before. We launched a surprise attack on the spirit stone veins occupied by the sword cultivators, as well as some of their strongholds. Now, the battle reports from various places have already come in, and the distribution of the sword cultivators' forces has gradually become clear. Just now, fellow Taoist Heng Ming sent out the troops with great discretion, completely in line with our previous discussion. The half of the disciples that were sent out just now were the vanguard, and we will bring the other half of the disciples as the backup to make up for the loopholes of the first batch of disciples. Isn't this the same as killing the sword cultivators without leaving a single one alive? Fellow Taoist Lu, you are too optimistic. De Sun shook his head and said, according to the previous news, the sword cultivators have also perceived our scheme, and it seems that they are once again dispatching swordsmen from the Huan Kingdom. Aren't there already many level 6 swordsmen in the strongholds of the sword cultivators? According to the report, they are all decisive and ruthless people. According to this old man's conjecture, they should have been dispatched from the place where the sword cultivators and soul cultivators are fighting. Say, these sword cultivators also deserve to die. Over there, they are fighting with soul cultivators, and over here, they are fighting with us cultivators. They are really too idle. Fellow Taoist Yuan is wrong. If they don't fight with us cultivators, how can they train swordsmen? How can they seize the spirit stone veins? AI, fellow Taoist Su still didn't get to the point. Ko Xiangling of the Yinni sect chuckled and said, this war is different from the past. The sword cultivators are not only training swordsmen, but more importantly, seizing the spirit stone veins. Now that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth has changed, the spirit stone veins of our Dawnrain continent are rare, and their Huan Kingdom spirit stone veins aren't enough, so they can only come to the Shi Kingdom and the Lian Kingdom to seize the spirit stone veins. Hee, it's good that we saw the opportunity early. Just at the beginning of the war, we sent disciples to strengthen the defense of the spirit stone veins. Except for some small veins that were seized by the sword cultivators, the other spirit stone veins are safe and sound. De Sun said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Ko is right. Heng Lu nodded. From the information we received, the sword cultivators placed many disciples in the spirit stone veins, far more than their strongholds. If their goal isn't the spirit stone veins, even if you beat me to death, I won't believe it. Yes, the battle report from the Feng Meng mountain range of the Lian Kingdom has also been sent. The number of swordsmen there is much less than at the beginning of the war. They must have been transferred to the Shi Kingdom. The Feng Meng mountain range of the Lian Kingdom doesn't have any spirit stone veins. The Huan Kingdom's swordsmen placed their swordsmen there to create a diversion so that we wouldn't know that they wanted to seize the spirit stone veins. Huang Feng of the exotic beast sect interrupted. So the Lian Kingdom's disciples stationed in the Feng Meng mountain range didn't suffer a great loss. Li Jijia of the Changbai sect suddenly said, "For this war, shouldn't we transfer more disciples from the Lian Kingdom?" When Hung Lu heard this, he was a little unhappy and said coldly, "The disciples of the Lian Kingdom are very familiar with the Feng Meng mountain range. If it were the disciples of a Shi Kingdom or the Meng Kingdom, I'm afraid it wouldn't be appropriate, right? Besides, the disciples of the Utopia faction, the Kunlun sect, and the Cool Breeze Valley are all fighting against the sword cultivators in the Huan Kingdom, right? They aren't any worse than your Changbai sect's disciples." Fellow Taoist Hung Ming, De Sun reminded again. "In the meeting hall, we have to discuss the matter as it is. Don't mention specific sects. Now that half of the disciples in the Sky Patrol City have been transferred to attack the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom, shouldn't we report the latest battle report and the situation to our respective sects?" Yes, Hung Lu was a little embarrassed and nodded. That's the right thing to do. Then, Hung Lu transmitted his voice to Xiong Huasong. "Fellow Taoist Xiong, how's the big formation you set up in the sword catacomb?" "Haha, I'll let you know." Xiong Huasong glanced at the golden core cultivators on duty in the meeting hall and transmitted his voice back. "Fellow Taoist, do you know about the Grand Ten Forces Annihilation Formation?" "Hiss." Hung Lu gasped and said, "That's the legendary ominous formation of my Taoist sect. Could it be that the Black Heaven sect still has this formation?" "How is that possible?" Xiong Huasong laughed. "If the Black Heaven sect had this formation, wouldn't it have dominated the Meng Kingdom long ago?" "Haha, fellow Taoist, don't think too much. After our last meeting, I sent my trusted disciples to transfer the last batch of disciples to the vicinity of the sword catacomb with the order of the meeting hall. I dare to pat my chest and guarantee that this transfer will be done secretly. Not only the Sky Patrol City won't be able to find out, even the sword cultivators won't be able to find out. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist Xiong." Hung Lu nodded and said, "Moreover, I secretly contacted the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect, Fairy Fian, at the station of the Black Heaven sect and obtained her approval. She even repaired the incomplete map of the Grand Ten Forces Annihilation Formation, which is also known as the Minor Grand Ten Forces Annihilation Formation, and she gave it to me. Haha. I've already started it and handed it over to my disciples to coordinate with the disciples of the 10 sects to set it up. Once the matter here is settled, all of you will head to the sword catacomb for the war. Regardless of the result of the war, let's set up this Grand Ten Forces Annihilation Formation first." "Great." Hung Lu nodded with a smile and transmitted the situation to the Golden Core cultivators of the 10 sects. Hearing that there was a backup plan, everyone was slightly relieved. However, there was another piece of news that surprised everyone in the meeting hall. Yuan Zhongyu of the Kunlun sect said, "I have a piece of news that I'm afraid will shock everyone." "Oh," Hung Lu asked curiously, "could it be that the sword cultivators have some new movements?" "Yes." Yuan Zhongyu nodded with an extremely serious expression. "That's right. My Kunlun sect disciples went to the northern Clear Cave to investigate the strength of the sword cultivators. When some of the disciples were being chased by the sword cultivators, they discovered that the sword cultivators had built a huge ice wall near the Zhao family of the Clear Cave. The sword cultivators had built a huge ice wall, and inside the wall was a large city. The interior of the ice city was extremely simple, but the area covered by the ice city was very large. It was probably the gathering place of the sword cultivators nearby. Of course, They couldn't see clearly how many sword cultivators there were in the Ice City in their panic. They estimated that there were more than 100,000 of them. That's what I said. The son of the Tai Ching sect snorted coldly. Back then, when the sword cultivators invaded my Dao sect, the first thing they did was to destroy the Zhao family of the Clear Cave. I found it suspicious. So, that's what they were planning. The terrain of the Clear Cave is dangerous and easy to defend, but hard to attack. It's suitable to be a stronghold for the sword cultivators. Yes, with fellow Yuan's news, we naturally understand why the sword cultivators have been hiding for so many years. Hung Lu nodded and said, "This so-called Ice City must have more than 100,000 sword cultivators. We must send enough disciples to destroy this stronghold." "That's right." Yuan Zhongyu cupped his hands and said, "My Kunlun sect is willing to be the main force in this attack on the Ice City." "Good." Hung Lu clapped and looked at the others. "Which other sects are willing to go?" Immediately, a few other sects, including the Imperial Thunder sect, voiced their agreement. Hung Lu and the others discussed for a while and decided. When a matter of the sword cultivators suddenly appearing in the Ice City was over, Zhu Jun of the Cool Breeze Valley hesitated and said in a low voice, "Fellow Hung Ming, the disciples that my Cool Breeze Valley sent to the Flowing Ice Valley have not sent any specific information." Chapter 2546. It's okay. There are disciples from the Utopia faction and the Changbai sect, as well as I's junior brother leading the team. There won't be any problems. Hung Ming smiled. Besides, the Flowing Ice Valley is not a special place. What kind of battle can there be? Needless to say, it was still the same as before. Cultivators with high cultivation were not necessarily good at arranging troops. If Tu Hong was here, he would not have said so. Well, even if he said so, many cultivators would not agree. After all, the Flowing Ice Valley used to be the spiritual stone mine of the Sky Patrol City. Who knew if Tu Hong had any selfish motives? Besides, cultivator Qian Mo and cultivator Peng Dai have not returned yet. Ji Hong of the Bright Leaf sect reminded. Ko Xiangling of the Yong-Yi sect also muttered. There is no news about the disciples of the Yong-Yi sect, the Mozong Mountain, the Imperial Thunder sect, and the Huanhua sect who went to the Seven Extremes Mountains. The two spiritual stone mines of the Sky Patrol City are really far away from the Sky Patrol City. Hung Ming smiled bitterly. These two spiritual stone mines are just very small. How many swordsmen can there be? While they were talking, they saw a flash of brilliance in the middle of the meeting hall. "Oh, speak of fellow Taoist Qian, and fellow Taoist Qian will arrive." Hung Ming waved his hand, and the brilliance gradually solidified. It was Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder sect and Peng Dai of the Suyin sect. "Both of you have worked hard." Seeing Qian Mo's unfriendly face and even a little frown, Hung Ming's heart skipped a beat. Although he said that, he muttered in his heart, "Could it be that my uneasiness has something to do with Li Qingxiu? It's not hard. It's a pity that we still can't do anything." Qian Mo glanced at Peng Dai. The two of them sat back on the futon and said, "We only found the place where Li Qingxiu died. As for how Cultivator Li died and who killed him, we have no clue at all." "Oh, where did Cultivator Li die?" Hung Ming frowned and asked hurriedly. "Is there no trace of him nearby?" "Fellow Taoist, Li died in the northwest of Sky Patrol City. It's called Prison Dragon Ridge. There aren't any sword cultivator strongholds nearby, let alone spirit stone veins." Peng Dai looked at Qian Mo and replied, "If I were to force myself to say it, there's a spirit stone mine of the Shanghua sect in the west, a Seven Extremes ridge in the north, which can be considered a spirit stone mine. In the northwest, there are more than 10 sword cultivator strongholds. However, those settlements and mines were too far away from the place where fellow cultivatorly perished. Even in that place, a swordsman of the third grade of the illusory sword realm might appear." "Fellow Taoist Peng, can you explain in more detail?" Hung Lu was baffled. "All right, fellow Taoist Hung Ming knows." Peng Dai glanced at Qian Mo and said, I and fellow Taoist Qian brought the conference hall token, but we didn't find any records of fellow Taoist Li's teleportation in the Sky Patrol City's teleportation array. It seems that fellow Taoist Li must have left through the city gate. However, fellow Taoist Hung Ming should know that the Sky Patrol City's gate guards don't record any exits. We asked a lot of city guards and finally got some clues. However, after we flew out, we didn't find any signs left behind by fellow Taoist Li. Later, fellow Taoist Qian was careful and used the secret technique of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Through the protection talisman given by fellow Taoist Qian's sect, we found fellow Taoist Li's aura in Prison Dragon Ridge. As for the place where fellow Taoist Li perished, it was between several mountain peaks in Prison Dragon Ridge. The place was severely damaged by the battle. Moreover, because of fellow Taoist Li's self-explosion, all traces of magic arts disappeared. It was impossible to find, Peng Dai said simply. If there was the secret technique of the immortal music sect, we might be able to find some traces from fellow Taoist Li's aura. However, there are no disciples of the immortal music sect in the late stage of the Gold Core realm in the Sky Patrol City, let alone a nascent soul realm master. We can only explore this place. Is there nothing special about it? Da Sun couldn't help but ask. If that's the case, I'm afraid we can't explain it to Fairy Ma Xia. There's something special, but fellow Taoist Qian Mo can explain it to us. Peng Dai glanced at Qian Mo, who was silent. Oh! Everyone was surprised and looked at Qian Mo. Qian Mo sighed and said, "The place where fellow Taoist Li perished is traces of a magic array. It seems that fellow Taoist Li fell into an ambush and was killed. Purely from this point of view, it should be the work of sword cultivator Qin Jian." Qin Jian actually killed fellow Taoist Li? Hung Ming gasped. This guy's too arrogant, isn't he? I'm just saying it's possible. Qian Mo declined to comment. In addition to the traces of a magic array, the surrounding water element and fire element spiritual qi of heaven and earth are especially rich. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a magic treasure of innate primordial water or innate primordial fire. However, fellow Taoist Li had already self-exploded. As for his magic treasure, I don't know. Perhaps the innate primordial water and innate primordial fire belong to his magic treasure. Of course, it could also be a flying sword refined by these two innate items. In that case, there should be two swordsmen of the illusory sword sect who killed fellow Taoist Li. Hung Ming was enlightened. Otherwise, fellow Taoist Li could easily escape from the sword array with the spiritual talismans given by our sect. It's not just that, Qian Mo continued. The place where fellow Taoist Li died seemed to have the aura of another spiritual talisman. It seemed to be made by a nascent soul realm cultivator. Fellow Taoist Li had spiritual talismans made by two nascent soul realm cultivators. This still couldn't escape from Qin Jian's killing. Hung Ming sighed. I wonder what fellow Taoist Li went to Prison Dragon Ridge for? Fellow Taoist Hung Ming, things don't seem to be that simple. Qian Mo didn't answer. Instead, he said, just now I said that there were traces of a magic array in Prison Dragon Ridge, and not a sword array. This means that the magic array was set up by fellow Taoist Li. Perhaps he wanted to kill Qin Jian. Not to mention Li Chengxiu. Even all the Golden Core Realm cultivators in the conference hall wanted to kill Qin Jian. If Li Chengxiu was confident, it was possible that he set up another ambush. Anything else? Hung Ming asked. Yes. Qian Mo nodded. There's something that I find most inconceivable. What? Everyone's interest was piqued. At the place where fellow Taoist Li died in Prison Dragon Ridge, I found traces of my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple. Qian Mo said slowly. Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple? Why'd he go there? Hung Ming asked curiously. Then he realized something. Oh, the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple went to 7 Extremes Ridge. I'm afraid he passed by there. After I returned to Sky Patrol City, I went to the station first. Although many disciples were sent out, I still found something strange. Qian Mo glanced at Peng Dai and said, My Earth Thunder Palace's Golden Core disciple, Marshal Kuan, also disappeared mysteriously. According to my contact with the sect, his natal spiritual tablet was broken. Moreover, the time he left the station was about the same time as fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu left Sky Patrol City. Are there any traces of Marshal Kuan's corpse or other traces in Prison Dragon Ridge? No. However, I can sense the strength of a Golden Core Realm disciple through my sect's secret method. Qian Mo shook his head. In addition, we found out too late. More than 10 days have passed. Otherwise, we would have known more. In that case, fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu and fellow Taoist Kuan must have joined forces and set up a Dharma formation in Prison Dragon Ridge to lure Qin Jian, or other swordsmen into an ambush. In the end, their magic power was not enough, and they were killed by 2 or more swordsmen. Hung Ming frowned and thought for a while before asking tentatively. Yes, that should be the case. Qian Mo nodded. There were also traces of flying swords at the place where fellow Taoist Li died in Prison Dragon Ridge, especially fellow Taoist Peng, who carefully found some traces of flying swords piercing in a mountain peak more than 1,000 feet away from where fellow Taoist Li died. The flying swords pierced deeply into the mountain peak. They must have been sent flying when the swordsmen were fighting with fellow Taoist Li. Or perhaps they were sent flying when fellow Taoist Li self-destructed. But no matter what, those are flying swords of the swordsmen. It could also be the flying swords of our cultivators. A Golden Core Realm cultivator muttered softly. This fellow Taoist is right, Qian Mo said without hesitation. It could also be an ambush set up by a Golden Core Realm cultivator who had some grudges with fellow Taoist Li. Li Jiji of the Changbai sect did not look good. Speaking of which, other than sword cultivators, the Changbai sect was famous for their flying swords. Although the disciples of other sects had their own flying swords, since it was mentioned in the meeting hall, it was naturally hinting at the Changbai sect. I don't think I have any grudges with fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu, Li Jijia said coldly. And I don't think any disciple of the Changbai sect is a match for fellow Taoist Li. Hee. Fellow Taoist Li, you think too much. Qian Mo laughed. These are all guesses. You can't take them seriously. Besides, if there really was a cultivator who wanted to kill fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu, how many people in the Century City could be his match? Aren't those who could be his match all sitting in the meeting hall? Li Jijia snorted coldly and did not say anything else. But there's one more thing that I'm puzzled about. Qian Mo said again. I've never heard that Marshal Kuan knew fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu. And Marshal Kuan just arrived in the Century City. There's nothing strange about this, Hung Li said in a low voice. How can a cultivator's good friend be known by others? Maybe Marshal Kuan already knew Li Chengxiu? Or maybe Marshal Kuan had news about Qin Jian and informed Li Chengxiu, who was good friend with him. At this point, everyone basically understood that only such a conjecture could be closest to reality. By the way, fellow Taoist Qian Mo, the Prison Dragon Ridge that you went to is not very far from the Seven Extremes Mountains. Your disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect went to the Seven Extremes Mountains to check it out. Didn't you go and take a look? Hung Li thought of something and asked in a low voice. Of course I know that my disciples went to the Seven Extremes Mountains. Qian Mo nodded. It should be Kansheng's leader, but I have to investigate fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu's matter. How can I neglect my work for personal reasons? At this point, Qian Mo suddenly realized something. What? There's no news about the Seven Extremes Mountains? Fellow Taoist Qian, you didn't ask when you returned to the station. Hung Li was even more surprised. Chapter 2547. I really didn't ask anything. Qian Mo said seriously. I only checked the whereabouts of some Gold Core disciples, and then I used a secret technique to contact the sect. Well, thank you, fellow cultivator Qian. Hung Zhao nodded and said, there's no news from Seven Extremes Ridge, and there's no news from Flowing Ice Valley. Alas, fellow cultivator Hung Ming, Our sect's communication technique is too backward. Qianmo sighed. Even the communication between the Sky Patrol City and the sect is fixed. Our sect's disciples are fighting in Huan country, and we can't grasp their whereabouts in time. Heng Zhao smiled bitterly and spread out his hands. Secret techniques, such as the communication spell, have long been lost in our Xiaoyu continent. The ones that could be used now are left behind from the past. Every sect has racked their brains, but they still can't find these lost secret techniques. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so passive in this war. De Sun smiled and said, Flowing Ice Valley and Seven Extremes Ridge are small places. We sent disciples from the thunder-controlling sect, the Huanhua sect, the Mozong Mountain, the Yongyi sect, the Utopia faction, the Changbai sect, and the Cool Breeze Valley. There shouldn't be any accidents. Even if we can't defeat them, we can retreat calmly and act according to our previous plan. If we're all defeated, then there's no future plan. There should have been a message from the second batch of disciples. It should be so. Qianmo nodded. After all, he came back from the prison Dragon Ridge, and he didn't see the defeated disciples of the thunder-controlling sect. At this time, the air in the conference hall flashed again, but this time it was different from Qianmo's. Oh, there's news from the disciples of the Sky Patrol City? Heng Ming frowned slightly. Could it be the situation in Seven Extremes Ridge or Flowing Ice Valley? As he spoke, Heng Zhao lent a guard of the Sky Patrol City, who was in the late stage of Foundation establishment. The guard showed himself and bowed. Master of the conference hall, the disciples of the Sky Patrol City killed more than 10 sword cultivators when they were patrolling outside the city. There's a communication jade slip from the disciples of our sect. I didn't dare to delay, so I brought it here. As he spoke, the disciple took out a few pieces of jade talisman and handed them to Heng Zhao respectfully. Well, Heng Yu took it and opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something, but he closed it again and waved his hand to signal the city guard to leave. Ever since Tu Hong was assassinated, the Sky Patrol City had expanded the scope of inspection. The area outside the city that the city guard mentioned was no longer within 100 miles at the beginning of the battle. The jade slip might have been found hundreds or even thousands of miles away. Heng Ming wanted to ask where the jade slip was found, but after thinking for a while, he kept quiet. He threw the jade in his hand into the air and cast a few strange seals on it. A moment later, a red light appeared on the jade like a bubble. Once the light disappeared, Heng waved his hand and a jade appeared in his hand. After reading it with his divine sense, he threw it aside. It was clear that he already knew the information inside. When he saw the second jade slip, Heng Zhao's face was filled with surprise and joy. He immediately tossed the jade slip to Qianmo and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Qian from the Imperial Thunder Sect should take a look at this first. Your Imperial Thunder Sect really gives us a surprise. Then he looked at the rest of the jade slips one by one, but he just skimmed through them and didn't show them to the other cultivators. After Heng Zhao put away the jade slips, he looked up and stared at Qianmo again. Seeing the surprised look on Qianmo's face, not only the other cultivators who didn't know the situation, but even Heng Zhao was puzzled. What? Fellow Taoist Qian, this John Doe. Isn't he a disciple sent by the Imperial Thunder Sect this time? Heng Zhao asked. Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, fellow Taoist Qianmo, what's going on? Heng Dai asked curiously. Among the crowd, there were a few people who said impatiently, What's going on with the Imperial Thunder Sect? Don't give us any riddles. I'll let you all know that our Imperial Thunder Sect, Huanhua Sect, Yongyi Sect, and Mozong Mountain disciples have won a great victory in the Seven Extremes Ridge. Not only did we expel the sword cultivator disciples from the Seven Extremes Ridge, but we also killed 2 second-grade illusory swordsmen. What's more, according to the Jade Slip, there's a late-stage Golden Core senior brother from the Imperial Thunder Sect called John Doe who assisted the Huanhua Sect in killing a second-grade illusory swordswoman. He even killed a suspected third-grade illusory sword weapon cultivator. Unfortunately, this senior brother from the Imperial Thunder Sect doesn't like killing, so he let the group of swordsmen go What? When did the Imperial Thunder Sect send a late-stage Golden Core senior brother? The Sun was surprised. Looking at the crowd's bright and doubtful eyes, Chino smiled bitterly and waved his hand at everyone. According to what I know, before our sect leader Qian Lazy came to Sky Patrol City, our Imperial Thunder Sect, like the other sects, wouldn't send any late-stage Golden Core disciples. This late-stage Golden Core senior brother named John Doe is definitely not a disciple who participated in this battle. But, according to the Jade Slip, this senior brother is wearing a participating disciple's robe. Hung Li asked, fellow Taoist Qian, can you show the Jade Slip to the other fellow Taoists? Qian Mo hesitated for a moment, then passed the Jade Slip to Hua Ping from the blazing fire mountain beside him. He bit his lips slightly, thinking about something. His eyebrows were knitted together, showing his deep confusion. Fellow Taoist Qian? Hung Li raised his eyebrows. Do you have something to say? Could it be that this senior brother John Doe is a surprise from the Imperial Thunder Sect? I really don't know. Qian Mo smiled bitterly. A late-stage Golden Core senior brother is coming to Sky Patrol City. Even if he didn't greet me, I can't blame him. Moreover, he's wearing a participating disciple's robe. I'm afraid he doesn't want others to know his face, right? John Doe, doesn't that mean he doesn't have a name? Hua Ping finished reading the Jade Slip and passed it to the others. She glanced at Qian Mo and said, this senior brother is really interesting. Your Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivators are also interesting. Oh, right, Black Sky Sect's Xiong Huasong thought of something and said, speaking of interesting Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivators, I thought of Imperial Thunder Sect disciple who is known as the Horrifying Phoenix. Horrifying Phoenix? Qian Mo was stunned. When did my Imperial Thunder Sect have such a disciple? Fellow Taoist, Qian doesn't know? This time it was Xiong Huasong's turn to be shocked. This Horrifying Phoenix was something I heard from a participating disciple a year ago. It said that this Horrifying Phoenix's name is extremely famous among sword cultivators. It's even more famous than Qin Jian. It's almost to the point where sword cultivators tremble in fear upon hearing its name. How is this possible? Such a famous name. How can I not know? Qian Mo was completely dumbfounded. Such a ferocious Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple should be famous in the sect. How could he not know anything about it? Fellow Taoist Xiong, the name you mentioned is correct, but the rumors are wrong. Kunlun Sect's Yuan Zhongjue also laughed. I also heard about it a year ago. However, this Horrifying Phoenix is a disciple of an aristocratic family who entered the Imperial Thunder Sect. He has the true bloodline of the Phoenix in him. Every time he fights with sword cultivators, he releases his Phoenix celestial body. That Phoenix celestial body is extremely powerful. All the flying swords of sword cultivators are destroyed by the Phoenix celestial body. Moreover, this Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple is extremely cruel. No matter if it's a sword cultivator, 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 or a sword cultivator. Therefore, he's feared by sword cultivators. Qian Mo's face was burning. He really didn't know that there was such a powerful Imperial Thunder Sect disciple under his command. Now that someone said it in front of him, his old face couldn't bear it anymore. Oh, could it be that fellow Taoist Qian really doesn't know? Hua Ping saw the clue and said curiously, such a powerful disciple. I don't think any other disciple in the sect can be a match for him. That's why you didn't mention it, and I didn't have the face to mention it. Could it be, who said that no one in our sect can be compared to this Horrifying Phoenix? Hung Zhao was displeased. Li Zongbao of the Utopia sect is the strongest person below the Golden Core stage. His cultivation is much higher than this Horrifying Phoenix. However, he doesn't kill innocent people, so he's not famous. This Horrifying Phoenix is a Foundation establishment disciple. Qian Mo came to his senses and asked anxiously, Yes, I heard that this horrifying phoenix is a disciple in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage. Zhao replied. No, he's obviously a disciple in the late stage of the Foundation establishment stage. Huaping corrected. If he's not in the late stage of the Foundation establishment stage, how can he kill the bright swordsman? No. De Sun shook his head. You're all wrong. The horrifying phoenix is a disciple in the early stage of the Foundation establishment stage. It's just that he killed too many sword-bearing disciples, so his reputation gradually spread, making the bright sword disciples terrifying. It said that he even killed a few bright sword disciples in front of them, so he became famous. Oh, so he's a Foundation establishment disciple. He also killed sword-bearing swordsmen and bright swordsmen, so it's no wonder that I didn't know. Qian Mo heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, I'm ashamed to say this, but I really didn't know. I'm afraid that the 8 leaders of the Thunder Palace didn't report it to me because they saw that this disciple was killing all the disciples who were pregnant with swords, which made them feel a little ashamed. Besides, more than a year ago, I was busy with the affairs of the Sky Patrol City, so I didn't know much about the battlefield. Why go back? I'll ask around and bring this mysterious, horrifying phoenix to all of you. Damn it, fellow cultivator Qian, your Imperial Thunder sect is really something. Previously, there was a famous horrifying phoenix, and now there's a mysterious senior brother nameless. Your Imperial Thunder sect has stolen the limelight from hundreds of other sects. Cheng Ming of the Celestial Ascension sect said with a smile. Let the disciples call the horrifying phoenix here, or ask them who the horrifying phoenix is. Hung Zhao was a little unconvinced. Let me see who the Imperial Thunder sect disciple who killed the sword-bearing swordsman is. Okay. In fact, Qian was also very curious. He wanted to know who this horrifying phoenix was, so he opened the restriction and called the Imperial Thunder sect disciple who was on duty. Chapter 2548. After the disciple returned to the Imperial Thunder sect's encampment, Qian said, From what I've seen, it's not that our Imperial Thunder sect disciple is ruthless. This is a battlefield, and any sword cultivator is an enemy, so we can't show mercy. Moreover, this disciple's family should be in the north of the country of Shi, so they're quite familiar with the sword cultivators of the country of Huan. His family also has enmity with sword cultivators, which is why they were so ruthless. How many families with Phoenix bloodline can there be in the Xiaoyu continent? The Sun frowned slightly. After I found out about this, I also thought about it. The Qin Yongkai family of the country of Shi has Ice Phoenix bloodline, and now they have an extremely outstanding disciple under the Huanhua sect. The Huan Yin Huang family of the country of Lian has Earth Phoenix bloodline, but they haven't had any outstanding disciples for thousands of years. The Feng family of the country of Meng's White Phoenix Mountain has Fire Phoenix bloodline, and seems to have a disciple under our Tai Ching sect, but this disciple isn't too outstanding. Which other families have such an outstanding disciple? Qian thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. I don't know if any of these 3 families have disciples under our Imperial Thunder sect. However, now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has changed, the bloodlines of many cultivation families have awakened. Perhaps there are other families that haven't noticed it before, and now that they're outstanding disciples, their bloodlines have reappeared. While they were talking, the cultivators of the 10 large sects had finished reading the 7 Extremes Ridges Communication Jade Slip. Everyone had some doubts in their eyes, but they saw Lu Xinwu of the Splendid Sect glance at Gao Wei of the Xuanyan School, and then at Wang Yi of the 7 Skills Sect. The 3 of them exchanged glances, and Lu Xinwu asked again, Fellow Daoist Qian, if our Shi country has a late Gold Corps senior marshal brother, we'll naturally be happy. If he took down the 7 Extremes Ridge, our 4 sects would have suffered less casualties. However, according to what I know, your sect leader, Qian Lazy, doesn't seem to have reached the stage of lightning cultivation, right? Gao Wei also smiled apologetically. That's right, our Shi country actually had such a cultivator I have never heard of it. It was no wonder they asked. The other cultivators of the Lian and Ming countries might not know, but the three sects of Shi country were very clear about the background of the Imperial Thunder sect. How could it be easy to cultivate a lightning cultivation? Qian lazy, its sect. How could there be a late gold core realm cultivator? If there was such a cultivator, it would be a threat to the three sects of Shi country's three sects. Hearing this, Qian Mo's heart skipped a beat. Since Lu Xinwu and the other two could tell, how could he not know? The Thunder Escape technique had always had a strict requirement on the tempering of the fleshly body. However, body cultivators and Dao cultivators both needed to spend a lot of energy and time. All cultivators valued their cultivation base and magic power. So who would pay special attention to the fleshly body? Sex. And sect. QS not their T, there's body there's. Not there's this SS Dao. Sex body, there's sect, but their sect their body couldn't was. In this situation, although the sex lightning escape technique, there were only a few who could master it. Even the sect master, Qian Lazy, could only master it. However, this was only for nascent soul realm cultivators and below. It was different for spirit severing stage cultivators. Cultivators who could step into the spirit severing stage had their bodies tempered and were quite tough. They could easily cultivate the lightning escape technique. Most of the spirit severing stage cultivators of the Imperial Thunder sect could improve on the lightning escape technique. Qian Mo's first thought was that it was impossible when he heard that there was a late gold core realm senior brother who could use the sect's Imperial lightning escape technique. His second thought was, if there is such a late gold core realm senior brother who can use the sect's Imperial lightning escape technique, then it would be easy for him to reach nascent soul realm. Even spirit severing stage wouldn't be a problem. How could Shi country's three sects not value a cultivator who could easily reach nascent soul and spirit severing stage? AI, it's not just the two of you. Qian Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. Qian Mo also doesn't know. My Imperial Lightning sect's Heavenly Thunder Palace's Golden Core Realm disciples. There are so many of them. Although this old man isn't familiar with all of them, who wouldn't know? Not to mention that this old man hasn't seen his face before. This name, this old man doesn't even know. He calls himself Wu Ming. Wu Ming, how can he have a name? Wang Yi was somewhat displeased. He felt that Qian Mo was patronizing him and coldly said. Qian Mo retorted, my Thunder Palace's myriad Thunder Valley also has a person called Wu Ming. If someone is called Wu Ming, then it's normal. Cough, cough. Hung Chung, who was on duty at the meeting hall today, lightly coughed twice and said, since fellow Qian Mo really doesn't know about this senior brother, then this senior brother really passed by the 7 Extremes mountain range. Qian Mo nodded. It should be so, but according to fellow Qian's words, his Imperial Lightning sect doesn't have such a person. Wang Yi sneered and said, the Imperial Lightning sect is very powerful now. They even have to hide it from the fellow Taoists in the meeting hall. Forget about the small, terrifying phoenix. How can a late Golden Core Realm senior brother not have a name? This senior brother wouldn't have done something that can't be seen, right? At this point, Wang Yi suddenly came to a realization and shouted, that's right. Since senior brother Wu Ming was near Prison Dragon Ridge during the battle of the 7 Extremes mountain range, why didn't he extend his hand? Fellow Taoist, Li Chengxiu's self-detonation caused such a huge commotion. Didn't he see it? Why didn't he kill the swordsman who killed fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu and fellow Taoist Kuan Shui? Or perhaps the Imperial Lightning sect's cultivator's aura that fellow Taoist Qian Mo discovered at Prison Dragon Ridge wasn't Kuan Shui, but this Wu Ming? Fellow Taoist Wang is slandering me. Qian Mo's heart sank. He coldly said, pills can be eaten carelessly, but words can't be spoken carelessly. How can my Imperial Lightning sect's Golden Core Realm senior brother use a flying sword? How can he have a reason to kill fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu? After his battle with fellow Taoist Li, Can he still calmly kill the illusory sword grade 3 swordsman of 7 Extremes Mountain Range? Does fellow Taoist Wang feel that fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu's ambush at Prison Dragon Ridge was too rash? Does he want to erase fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu's painstaking efforts and contributions? Cough, cough. Hung Chung, who was on duty at the discussion hall, couldn't help but cough again. What Wang Yi said had a trace of truth, but it was truly unimaginable. Furthermore, it was obvious that he was trying to sow discord between the Imperial Lightning sect and Immortal Music sect. With one glance, he could tell that Wang Yi was somewhat jealous of the Imperial Lightning sect's late Golden Core Realm cultivator who suddenly appeared. He couldn't help but stop him. Fellow Taoist Wang's thinking is still very meticulous. You dare to think. However, this is the discussion hall. Without any evidence, it's better not to speak carelessly. Isn't fellow Taoist Qian also speculating? What's wrong with my speculation? Wang Yi looked at everyone and pursed his lips into a smile. His mouth was still muttering, but his voice was also softer. Indeed, even a late Golden Core Realm disciple of the Imperial Lightning sect could only escape in the face of the nascent Soul Realm's spiritual talisman on them. It was impossible for them to force Li Chengxiu to self-destruct. The entire discussion hall was abuzz with discussions again. It was a little chaotic. Hung Chung glanced at Wang Yi, Lu Xinwu, and Gao Wei. He was slightly angry. Which cultivator didn't notice their actions of suppressing the Imperial Lightning sect? Even Hung Chung had some sympathy for Qian Mo. No wonder Qian Mo is very concerned about the marriage with the Sky Patrol City. Isn't it because of this? While they were talking, the discussion hall was suffused with light again. It seemed that someone had entered. Hung Chung waved his hand. The light condensed, and 3 human figures appeared. Zongbao. Hung Chung glanced at them and was shocked. He hurriedly waved his sleeves and let the 3 people in. Disciple Li Zongbao greets the elders of the discussion hall. Li Zongbao calmly approached and bowed to everyone in the discussion hall. Disciple Xiao Mao greets the elders of the discussion hall. Xiao Mao did not dare to neglect and hurriedly bowed. The other person was a disciple of the Imperial Lightning sect. When he saw this, he also bowed and said, Imperial Lightning sect's DUI, Jinkong, greets the elders. Oh, isn't the Imperial Lightning sect disciple under you Xiaohua? Hung Chung was stunned and asked curiously, could it be that Xiaohua has fallen? He good, I know. Li Zongbao said faintly. Junior brother Zhao's flying technique is a little fast. I sent him to deliver a letter to the cultivators of the other teams. Junior brother DUI met outside the discussion hall. He also had something to report to Marshal Uncle Qian, so we came in together. Oh, I see. Hung Chung nodded and asked, where did you go this time? What did you gain? Li Zongbao frowned and looked at Hung Chung. He said, so the elders did not receive the message. I came back from Flowing Ice Valley, huh? You went to Flowing Ice Valley? How was the battle situation there? Hung Chung was shocked and stared straight at Li Zongbao. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Li Zongbao looked at everyone and said, the situation in Flowing Ice Valley is very complicated. This junior brother DUI came first. Let him report first. See, Hung Cheng's heart turned cold and his face turned ugly. He said to DUI Jiankong, if you have something to report, you can report it to Brother Qian first. Yes. DUI Jiankong smiled apologetically. Marshal Uncle Qian, I was ordered to go to the encampment to search for information about the terrifying phoenix. But I've already asked the 8 Thunder Palace team leaders who stayed in the encampment. They all said that they did not find out the background of this terrifying phoenix. Qian Mo almost jumped up and asked, when did they know? Why didn't they report it to me? DUI Jiankong hesitated for a moment and explained the senior brothers only knew about a year ago. It seemed to be very popular among the sword cultivators. But since it was a Foundation establishment disciple, it was not a particularly powerful disciple. They asked the disciples of the aristocratic families and did not find anything, so they did not investigate it in detail. Moreover, the words of sword cultivators were rather erroneous. It might be some kind of trick, so they did not dare to take it seriously. So they did not report it to Marshal Uncle. Chapter 2549. Maybe after investigating for a long time and discovering that it wasn't a disciple of their own Thunder Palace, they didn't want the other Thunder Palaces to hold their heads high, so they naturally didn't spread the news. Wang Yi gloated. In the end, the Golden Core Masters of our Imperial Thunder Sect still don't know about the extremely terrifying phoenix that sword cultivators speak of. Ha ha ha. When everyone heard this, they all laughed. What Wang Yi said was probably the real reason why the Imperial Thunder Sect didn't find the terrifying phoenix. When Li Zongbao heard this, his expression slightly changed. Xiao Mao was even more curious. He didn't know why the masters of the discussion hall suddenly mentioned the terrifying phoenix. Dui Jiankong, you may leave. Qian Mo ordered the disciple to leave. He snorted and said arrogantly, Humph, no matter how powerful the terrifying phoenix is, it's still a disciple of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Moreover, it's only a Foundation Establishment disciple of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Whether I know or not, it's fine. It's fine if I don't know. It's fine if it's on the battlefield of the Dao cultivators. If you have the ability, why don't your 7 skills sect send out a disciple to compare with my Imperial Thunder Sect's terrifying phoenix? Fellow Daoist Qian, Wang Yi sneered. Not to mention my 7 skills sect's famous disciple. Even Xiao Mao from Xuanyin School wouldn't be any weaker than your Imperial Thunder Sect's terrifying phoenix, right? How is Xiao Mao powerful? Doesn't their team also have my Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiao Hua? He wouldn't be any weaker than Xiao Mao, right? Qian Mo said without hesitation. Xuanyin School's Gao Wei was unhappy and said coldly, Fellow Taoists, what's wrong with my Xuanyin School's Xiao Mao? His cultivation isn't as good as your disciples? Wang Yi smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Gao, don't think too much. I was just giving an example. If your sect disciple didn't have a high cultivation, how could I think of him? Humph, Gao Wei sneered and didn't say anything. Nanming School's Liang Mingfu didn't say anything. After all, this had nothing to do with their Nanming School. However, when he heard this, he suddenly said, Liang suddenly thought of something. Say, this mysterious and terrifying phoenix. Could it be that Xiao Hua? He hasn't fought with the Imperial Thunder Sect's troops, and he hasn't had much contact with the other Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. At the same time, he's also a Foundation Establishment disciple. Li Zongbao was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that when he just came back and didn't report it, someone would already associate Xiao Hua with the terrifying phoenix. This was a situation that Xiao Hua was extremely unwilling to see. However, Li Zongbao was also clear. After all, Xiao Hua wasn't here. So what if someone saw through him? Moreover, although the name of the terrifying phoenix was resounding, it had nothing to do with killing Tu Hong, so Xiao Hua was not in too much danger. The moment Liang Mingfu's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes lit up. Even Qian Mo seemed to be deep in thought. However, he quickly denied it. There is still something wrong. Xiao Hua was a rogue cultivator and not a cultivator aristocratic family. He didn't have a true bloodline in him. Moreover, other than going to the Chicken Crow Mountain with my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team, he was trapped in the Spring Gold Mountains Spirit Stone Mine. He didn't have any special contact with sword cultivators. In particular, he was buried in the Spring Gold Mountains Spirit Stone Mine for nearly 5 years. When everyone received the news last year, he was still in the Spring Gold Mountain. How could he have come out to kill swordsmen? Zongbao, does that Xiao Hua have a phoenix armor body? Hung Feng heard Li Zongbao mention Xiao Hua in advance, and vaguely knew that Xiao Hua's cultivation was profound. At this time, he was also suspicious. What fellow Qian said is funny. Wang Yi ridiculed again. If Xiao Hua didn't have too much contact with sword cultivators, where did his battle achievements come from? It's said that he saved hundreds of Xuanyin School's disciples in the Gale Snowfield's Spirit Stone Mine. And this Xiao Mao in front of us. If that's the case, I'm afraid these battle achievements are fake. Speaking of fake, Li Zongbao once again thought of Xiao Hua's words. He looked up, and sure enough, the faces of Hung Feng and the others were ugly. Gao Wei was angry. He stood up and said, "Fellow Wang, what's wrong with you today? My Xuanyin school didn't provoke you, right? Could it be that the thing my junior Gao left in Li Zongbao's token was fake? Who knows?" Seeing the situation, Wang Yi decided to shed all pretense of cordiality and didn't compromise. "I'll let all the teachers know." Xiao Mao hastily stepped forward and bowed. Disciple Xuanyin School's Xiao Mao once again swears a blood oath. Disciple has followed Senior Li Zongbao and Senior Xiao Hua for so long and has experienced dozens of battles. Disciple has never seen Senior Xiao Hua reveal any Dharma body, let alone a Phoenix Dharma body. When Hung Feng heard this, he frowned slightly. He looked at the silent Li Zongbao and didn't ask any more questions. "Fellow Wang of Seven Skills Sect, did you hear clearly? What did my Xuanyin School's disciple say? He even swore a blood oath." Gao Wei said coldly. "So what?" Wang Yi still wanted to pester, but how could Li Zongbao let them speak? He stepped forward and said, "Teachers, it doesn't matter who is the Terror Phoenix. Even if disciple isn't, disciple still wants to admit it. If Xiao Hua is the Terror Phoenix, why didn't he reveal his Dharma body? Why didn't he ask for credit? It's useless to pester this matter too much. Martial Uncle Gao of Xuanyin School, please sit down." Disciple will now report the battle situation of Flowing Ice Valley. Gao Wei glanced at Wang Yi and sat down. At this moment, Wang Yi was also somewhat regretful. He was originally targeting the Imperial Thunder Sect. Why did he drag Xuanyin School into this? However, Li Zongbao's next words immediately swept away his regret. "Golden Core Stage teachers, this time, our Utopia faction, Changbai Sect, and Cool Breeze Valley attacked Flowing Ice Valley. We were obstructed by the Void Heaven Sword Sect, Black Phoenix Sword Sect, and Gorilla Mountain. Under the joint efforts of the Golden Core Stage teachers of the three sects, we killed Qin Mu Ming of the Void Heaven Sword Sect, LV Jing of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect, and Liang Qi of Gorilla Mountain. However, among the teachers of the three sects, only Senior Li Fei Yu of the Changbai sect died fighting with LV Jing of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect. After killing 3 illusory swordsmen, the other 2 teachers fell into Qin Jian's ambush. The 2 teachers, Martial Uncle Chu Hui and Martial Uncle Su Bo of Cool Breeze Valley, fought with Qin Jian. After Qin Jian was seriously injured, they died in Flowing Ice Valley. Hung Zhao's expression changed greatly. He finally understood the reason for his uneasiness just now. Chu Hui and he were like brothers. They cultivated from the Qi refining stage to the Golden Core stage together. Their disciples were also harmonious. Chu Hui was not jealous of Li Zongbao, because Li Zongbao was more outstanding than his disciple. Instead, he often helped Li Zongbao. Now that he heard the news of Chu Hui's death, how could he not be heartbroken? It turns out that Qin Jian was in Flowing Ice Valley. Hung Zhao gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that fellow cultivator Li Chengxiu was not killed by Qin Jian. The murderer was someone else." "What? Li Chengxiu?" Li Zongbao was shocked. He hurriedly looked at the location of the Xianlu sect. Sure enough, the futon was empty. Damn it, Xiao Hua didn't kill Li Chengxiu, did he? What is he going to do? Li Zongbao was secretly surprised. Li Zongbao, explain everything clearly. De Sun said anxiously. The battle report from Flowing Ice Valley did not come. I'm afraid that it was also intercepted by the Sword Xiao. Yes. Li Zongbao sorted out his thoughts and explained clearly what he, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao did in Flowing Ice Valley. However, for Xiao Hua's actions, he took some responsibility for himself and some for Xiao Mao. If he couldn't do it, for example, driving away the giant, he would push it to Chu Hui. In short, if others heard it, they would definitely not think that Xiao Hua came to Flowing Ice Valley from another place. Xiao Hua's cultivation did not exceed the middle stage of foundation establishment. After Li Zongbao finished speaking, Qin Jian's face showed a miserable expression. He clapped his hands and took out 3 storage bags. He respectfully handed them to Hung Ming and said, "Master, these are the corpses of Martial Uncle Li Feiyu, and Martial Uncle Su Bo, disciple brought them back. In addition, there are a few storage bags. As long as the three of us saw the corpses, we put them in these storage bags." Sigh. Hung Ming took the storage bags with a solemn expression. He looked at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, who took out the other storage bags and sighed. This old man was uneasy early in the morning. I didn't expect that Chu Hui and the others would fall into Qin Jin's hands. You all took the risk to retrieve their corpses. Not only did you make a great contribution, but your filial piety is also commendable. When Hung Ming sighed, the faces of the gold core cultivators were filled with astonishment. That's right. Although Qin Jin did not appear in Prisoner Dragon Ridge, he did appear in Flowing Ice Valley. He actually set up an ambush to kill tens of thousands of cultivators. He wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tu Hong. It was the spirit-binding juice. Even these gold core cultivators were afraid when they heard about it. They did not have the confidence to detoxify the poison easily. Even if they went to Flowing Ice Valley, they would most likely end up like Su Bo and the others. Fellow Taoist Hung Ming, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua were able to turn the tide and reverse the declining situation of the Flowing Ice Valley battlefield in one go. Moreover, they were able to remain calm in the face of danger when tens of thousands of cultivators were poisoned and came up with a miraculous method to rescue tens of thousands of disciples from the spirit stone mines of Flowing Ice Valley. Xiong Huasong sighed and said, "Fellow cultivator, today is your turn in the conference hall. The three of them must be heavily rewarded." "That's right, it should be so." Gao Wei and Qian Mo also nodded. "This old man feels that it's not right." Wang Yi hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Although these are great contributions, it's a pity that they were all narrated by Li Zongbao himself and were not confirmed by the other disciples. Just based on one side of the story, you want to reward them. I'm afraid that it won't convince the others." At this point, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "That's right, this old man still has a question. I hope that Martial Nephew Zongbao can answer it." "Martial Uncle Wang, please speak." Li Zongbao was confident and seemed to know what Wang Yi wanted to ask. Changbai Sex Li Feiyu is still okay. However, Precious Sex Xie Hui and Cool Breeze Valley's Su Bo were killed by Qin Jian. How did you all get their corpses? Qin Jian was actually so benevolent to let you all take the corpses away? Wang Yi sneered and asked. Chapter 2550. Didn't you hear what Zongbao said? Qin Jian was also seriously injured. I'm afraid he went back to treat his injuries in a hurry. Did he not care about the corpses of the two of you? Gao Wei said coldly before Li Zongbao could speak. Why do I feel that I don't believe him? Wang Yi tilted his head and asked, "What about the rest of you?" Haha, Junior Zongbao is right. Sooner or later, there will be a battle report from Flowing Ice Valley. The Sun smiled. Junior Zongbao is the #1 cultivator below the Golden Core stage in Dao Sect. I believe his words. Li Zongbao said coldly. I don't need Junior Uncle Wang to believe me, because I, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao have already killed Qin Jian. Hiss! The entire arena was filled with gasps of astonishment, and then everyone's eyes flashed with disbelief. Qin Jian was able to kill 2 Gold Core stage cultivators, and although it was because of the spirit-binding juice, he had to be at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword realm. Even if Qin Jian was heavily injured, he was definitely not someone that Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao could deal with. Furthermore, Qin Jian did not have any illusory sword disciples. Did he not have any unsheathed sword disciples? Did Qin Jian not know how to escape? Zongbao, do you have any evidence? Unlike the others who did not believe him, Hung knew that his disciple would not claim credit for nothing. He suppressed his excitement and asked softly, Of course I do. As Li Zongbao spoke, he took out another storage bag and handed it to Hung Ming. This is Qin Jian's corpse. However, he self-destructed before he died, so his corpse was incomplete. Fortunately, Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao found his keepsake and some other bits and pieces. They can prove that what I said is true. Quick, let this old man have a look. Hung impatiently waved his hand, and the storage pouch flew into his hand. Killing Qin Jian was a mission that had a bounty on it for many years. He had always heard of people and cultivators who were killed by Qin Jian. However, he had never heard of Qin Jian being killed by a single cultivator. Furthermore, Qin Jian was killed by 3 people led by his own disciple. How could Hung not lose his composure? After Hung took out Qin Jian's bloody head and some pieces of his body and carefully identified them, as well as the sword token that could prove Qin Jian's identity, Hung didn't look at anything else. His white eyebrows slightly trembled and his long eyebrows seemed to be fluttering. Yes, this is Qin Jian's sword token, the token of the Void Heaven Sword School. It's Qin Jian's. Fellow Taoists, please take a look. With a flip of his hand, Hung Ming passed the storage pouch to Black Sky Sec's Xiong Huasong beside him. His eyes were filled with joy and even a hint of showing off. It was as if their own child had achieved something, and now that it was placed in front of them, they were admiring it. Xiong Huasong and the others naturally didn't dare to believe it too much. After all, this matter was too inconceivable. Moreover, when Li Zongbao first received the special order from the conference hall, although the group of Jindan stage cultivators didn't have the intention to laugh at him, they wanted to train Li Zongbao and even the younger generation. Who would have thought that Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao actually did it? Hung Ming looked lovingly at Li Zongbao, revealing an indescribable feeling. Who was Qin Jian? Even Hung Ming himself didn't dare to say that he was a match for him. But in front of him, this child who was still cultivating qi in front of him dozens of years ago had already surpassed him and killed Qin Jian. Zongbao has grown up. Sigh, this old man has also grown old. Hung Ming couldn't help but sigh. Then he felt a sense of sadness. Junior brother, Chu Hui. Why are people's encounters so different? Some people rise to the top. Some people have a bumpy life. Some people can step on the shoulders of others to become the center of attention, but some people can only be the stairs of others, unable to shine. Master. Li Zongbao looked at Hung Ting's eyes and naturally knew what his master was thinking. His heart ached as he said in a low voice, "Actually, this is all thanks to Martial Uncle Chu Hui and the others. We were just lucky. Lucky? Your Uncle Chu Hui led thousands of disciples of the Utopia faction. There were also tens of thousands of disciples of the Changbai sect and the Cool Breeze Valley who participated in the Battle of the Flowing Ice Valley. Which of their disciples were so lucky?" When Hung Yi heard Li Zongbao's humility, he was somewhat disapproving. Your Martial Uncle Chop Hui, Martial Uncle Li Feiyu, and Martial Uncle Su Bo have also contributed. My discussion hall will definitely not let them die in peace. But at this point, Hung Ji dragged out his words. The 3 of you have contributed greatly. This bounty for killing Qin Jian was the first bounty issued by the discussion hall. After that, there have been other bounties of various sizes. However, none of them were too difficult. Many cultivators have completed them. Only this one. This bounty has never been settled. In the past few years, countless cultivators have died in Qin Jian's hands because of this bounty. The masters in the meeting hall also think that we should wait until the nascent soul masters come to Sky Patrol City before the bounty can be canceled. We even said just now that for the sake of the meeting hall's reputation, we should personally kill Qin Jian. These words were actually not suitable for Li Zongbao, but who asked Li Zongbao to be Hung Ming's disciple? Who else could they talk to but him? Moreover, as time passed, the number of disciples who died in Qin Jian's hands increased, and the bounty increased by a lot. Even now, even this old man is a little jealous. Yes, I understand. Li Zongbao looked at the Golden Core Masters who were checking their storage bags and said, "Actually, the moment I saw Qin Jian and saw him fighting with the Uncle Masters, I finally understood that I was truly ignorant of my own abilities when I clamored to kill Qin Jian back then. It was truly too Hee hee, it's all right. Hung Ming did not wait for Li Zongbao to finish and waved his hand with a smile. Who hasn't been young before? Who hasn't had lofty aspirations? I was afraid that if you really met Qin Jian, you would be too arrogant to know your place and not know how to escape. However, I thought about it later. Who is Qin Jian? How could you find him so easily? Yes, I understand the intentions of Master and the other masters. Li Zongbao lowered his head and said, "This is Xiao Mao from Xuanyan?" Hung Ming looked at Xiao Mao with a smile and asked, "Yes." Li Zongbao hurriedly replied, and Xiao Mao hurriedly bowed again. Disciple Xiao Mao greets Uncle Hung Ming. "Yes, you are not bad yourself." Hung Ming smiled. "I have seen Xiao Hua and knew that he would achieve great things with Zongbao. I did not think highly of you back then, but I did not expect that I was still blind. The three of you were able to kill Qin Jian together, and your names will definitely spread throughout the Dawn Rain continent. It is all thanks to Senior Brother Zongbao's support." Xiao Mao said obediently. "If not for his command, Senior Brother Xiao Hua and I would not have been able to obtain such great merit. Senior Brother Zongbao deserves the most credit this time." "Yes." Hung Ming smiled and nodded. He looked at Gao Wei from Xuanyan, and Gao Wei also smiled and nodded at him. Gao Wei had just seen Qin Jian's remains and the items in the storage bag, and his face was filled with unconcealable joy. Xiao Mao, this unknown disciple, had really made him proud. Although Xiao Mao did not have the greatest merit in killing Qin Jian, he was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment. How could he be compared to Li Zongbao? Among the three of them, the other disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect, Xiao Hua, was only in the early stage of foundation establishment. No matter what, Xiao Mao still had the second most credit. Furthermore, even if Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao were not as close as Xiao Hua and Li Zongbao, it was still amazing that Xiao Mao could only obtain the third most credit. Among the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect disciples, who could compare to the three of them? Even if he was ranked third, it was still eye-catching. Looking at Qian Mo, other than excitement, there was only astonishment in his eyes. He had not carefully examined Qin Jian's remains, but many cultivators had already examined it, and no one had raised any objections. It must be true. Furthermore, who would dare to fake Qin Jian's remains? Qian Mo's excitement was needless to say, but his astonishment was not something that Hung Ming and Gao Wei could understand. After all, in his impression, Xiao Hua's credit was really too much not to mention the Imperial Thunder Sect's first meritorious deed that was done by Xiao Hua in the first group of Imperial Thunder Sect. Following that, the first group of Imperial Thunder Sect went to Golden Spring Mountain. Before they even reached Golden Spring Mountain, they had already saved the disciples of the three sects and were recorded as meritorious deeds by Tu Hong. There was no need to talk about Golden Spring Mountain. Tens of thousands of disciples were buried there, and the 10 that were brought back by Tu Hong were also heavily injured. However, the 7 people of Imperial Thunder Sect's first group were completely unharmed, and their cultivations even increased. Among them was Xiao Hua. After the first group of Imperial Thunder Sect left, Xiao Hua was actually chosen by Li Zongbao and went to the Gale Snow Plains. Following Li Zongbao, he saved hundreds of cultivators. Of course, these cultivators were not Dao sect disciples, and the discussion hall did not ask these cultivators to verify. However, since Li Zongbao said so, this meritorious deed was also recorded. The meritorious deed of the Gale Snow Plains had not cooled down, and Xiao Hua had actually charged into the Spirit Stone Mine. Regardless of whether Qin Jian went easy on him or Xiao Hua's luck was good, those hundreds of people from Xuanyan School were saved by Xiao Hua. This meritorious deed was also recorded. Not to mention the Spirit Stone Mine, there was also the corpse of the Imperial Thunder Sect's Golden Core cultivator from Inyan Twin Springs Mountain and the news he brought back. This was another meritorious deed. There was no need to talk about these. Moreover, this time, the 3 of them actually saved tens of thousands of people. Listening to Li Zongbao's explanation, this must be true. Xiao Hua's meritorious deed was definitely worth 30%. Furthermore, There was also the unverified corpse of Qin Jian. This meritorious deed was even greater. It seems like Xiao Hua's meritorious deed is much more than Li Zongbao's. While Qian Mo pondered, he was also a little jealous. This fellow's luck isn't a little too good? Suddenly, an extremely daring thought appeared in his mind. Even he felt that it was inconceivable. Damn it, this Xiao Hua wouldn't be like what some people had guessed. A terrifying phoenix? Moreover, if he has the cultivation of senior brother Wu Ming, it is also extremely possible for him to have such meritorious deeds. Chapter 25:51. However, Qian Mo couldn't help but laugh. Damn it, how is that possible? Xiao Hua was with Li Zongbao at Flowing Ice Valley, while senior brother Wu Ming was at Seven Extremes Ridge. However, Qian Mo was shocked again. How is that possible? If Xiao Hua knew how to control the thunder, he could have rushed to Flowing Ice Valley from Seven Extremes Ridge. But Li Zongbao said that the three of them were together. Just as Qian Mo realized the truth of the matter, the storage bag containing Qin Jian's corpse was handed to him. Haha, I'm overthinking. Qian Mo smiled bitterly. Xiao Hua just joined the Thunder Sect not long ago. How could he reach the later stage of the Golden Core Realm? If he was at the later stage of the Golden Core Realm, he would have been overjoyed. Qian Mo opened the storage bag and checked it carefully. As one of the three sects that made such a contribution, he couldn't let anyone criticize him. He had to be careful. Li Zongbao looked at the Golden Core Realm Masters and laughed in his heart. This was the real thing. How could it be fake? However, he had to be serious about the questions that followed. Li Zongbao glanced at Xiao Mao. After the two of them separated from Xiao Hua, they discussed for a long time before coming to the meeting hall. Sure enough, after an hour, all the Golden Core Realm Masters had checked Qin Jian's corpse. Heng Zhao took the storage bag and sighed. Zongbao and the other two have made such a great contribution, but they did it when Chu Hui, Li Feiyu, and Su Bo severely injured Qin Jian. To be honest, it's a little unfair. I'm Zongbao's master and Chu Hui's senior brother, so I won't say anything. My friends, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Yes. Changbai's sex Li Jijia immediately said. Chia Hui, Li Feiyu, and Su Bo died in order to kill Qin Jian. They also saved tens of thousands of disciples from Flowing Ice Valley's Spirit Stone Mine. Their contributions we cannot forget. Although we can't forget about it, the ones who killed Qin Jian were Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua. Their contributions are greater. Even Heng had given a portion of the credit for killing Qin Jian to Li Feiyu, who had not even seen Qin Jian. How could he not be tactful enough to make the first move? Yes, this old man also agrees. Cool Breeze Valley's Zhu Junwei nodded and said, when I offered the reward in the meeting hall, I made it clear that as long as you killed Qin Jian, no matter what method you used, no matter which sect you are from, and even if you're not a disciple who participated in the battle, you will still be rewarded. Since it was my son who took part in the battle that brought Sword Qin's corpse back, what else is there to say? This merit naturally belongs to the three of you. I feel that although the merit of killing Qin Jian is not small, the benevolence of the three of them is even better. Not only did they avenge the cultivators who were killed by Qin Jian, they also brought back the corpses of the three Golden Core Stage seniors and countless Foundation Establishment Stage seniors and juniors. This is the most commendable deed. Qian Mo voiced his opinion. Tai Ching's sect Sun's eyes flashed as he said, thoughtfully, the disciples from Shi Country and Lian Country teamed up to kill Qin Jian. This is indeed a great story. As a cultivator from Meng Country, this old man is somewhat jealous. If Xiao Hua was a disciple of my Tai Ching sect, he would have been killed by the three countries' cultivators. This would be an even better story. Seeing that the few Golden Core Stage cultivators had made the final decision, Seven Skills Sect's Wang Yi was not happy. He hurriedly said, after listening to everyone's words, it seems like you all have already determined that the three of you killed Qin Jian. However, this old man is still a little curious. Qin Jian was a third-grade illusory swordsman. How could Su Bo and Xie injure him so severely? That year in the Spirit Stone Mine in the Gale Snowfield, Xuanyin School's dozens of early Golden Core stage disciples were not able to harm Qin Jian at all. Furthermore, even if Qin Jian was heavily injured, the three of you, it seems like you couldn't have killed him so easily. Why aren't the three of you injured? That Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder Sect could still fly out to send a message? Of course, it's not that I don't admit that Qin Jian was killed by the three of you. I'm just curious. How'd you guys do it? Wang Yi obviously saw that Qian Mo, Hung Hung, and Gao Wei's faces were not friendly. Even Li Jijia and Zhu Junwei's faces were pulled long. Therefore, he added this last sentence. However, this sentence was obviously superfluous. Hung Hung looked at Wang Yi coldly and said to Li Zongbao, Zongbao, tell us what happened. You can satisfy your senior Uncle Wang's curiosity. Yes, this old man is not the only one curious. Even when the meeting hall announces the battle achievements of the three of you, you still have to explain. Otherwise, who would know if Qin Jian was real or not? Wang Yi smiled and said, also Sky Patrol City. Qin Jian assassinated Tu Hong. In this reward, Sky Patrol City has added quite a bit of weight. If Shui Yu Jinren asks about it, wouldn't it be hard to explain it to the meeting hall? Haha, Senior Uncle Wang, don't be anxious. I've already prepared to explain it to all the seniors. Li Zongbao gave a rare smile and told Xiao Mao everything that he had discussed with him beforehand. Xiao Mao also added in from time to time, describing the heroic scene with exceptional clarity. Qin Jian actually had 4 flying swords? Not only Wang Yi, but the entire meeting hall was shocked. It wasn't that Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were eloquent, but that the two of them were talking about the original version of how Xiao Hua killed Qin Jian. However, Xiao Hua was replaced by Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua. Yes, when Qin Jian fought with senior Uncle Su Bo and the rest, he already lost 2 of his flying swords. Li Zongbao explained calmly. When he was surrounded by the 3 of us, he actually took out 2 more swords. This was really out of my expectations. If it wasn't for the fact that we had already surrounded Qin Jian and that the sword light of the 2 flying swords dimmed, I would definitely have brought the 2 junior brothers Xiao and escaped. You said that when Qin Jian was fighting with Xie Hui and Su Bo, the sword light dimmed? De Sun frowned and asked, could it be that he was already injured? Yes, it should be so. Li Zongbao glanced at Wang Yi and said, didn't Senior Uncle Wang have the same question just now? But when he was surrounded by the 3 of you, Qin Jian, no matter what, he should have some means to protect himself, right? It's impossible that he couldn't break through the joint attack of the 3 of you who were in the Foundation establishment stage. Wang Yi still didn't believe it. I've already explained it clearly. That Qin Jian was insatiably greedy and wanted to save his face. He didn't want to escape from the 3 of us. Didn't he use a very strange flying sword? That seemed to be his unique skill. It was as if the flying sword had pierced through our heads. Fortunately, junior brother Xiao Hua obtained a strange shield from the sword cultivator. That shield blocked the flying sword and shattered together with the flying sword. And at the same time that Xiao Hua fell, Qin Jian also fell. Just when Qin Jian was about to transform into a flying sword, senior brother Zongbao continuously activated the immortal piercing whip. He beat Qin Jian until he couldn't transform into a sword. Xiao Mao added, no, I'm asking. Wang Yi waved his hand and said, what method did the 3 of you use to surround Qin Jian? Was it a magic array? Otherwise, I would only be able to escape from your encirclement easily, let alone Qin Jian. I've indeed obtained a secret technique. It's precisely through the joint attack of the 3 of us, using a method similar to a magic array to trap a cultivator. It can also transfer the magic power of 2 people to the other person. Although Martial Uncle Wang is a middle-stage Golden Core master, I'm confident that when you're heavily injured, we can surround you. Li Zongbao's skin and flesh moved as if he was sneering, if you don't believe me, we could try when Xiao Hua sends a message back. The group of Golden Core cultivators all laughed softly. That's right. If they surround Wang Yi when he's heavily injured, how can Wang Yi verify it? And they still have to wait for Xiao Hua to return. Who knows when Xiao Hua will return? All right, Zongbao, your martial uncle Wang Yi is also asking on behalf of the cultivators of the 3 countries of the Xiaoyu continent. His inspection of the details is also for your own good. Hung Feng held back his laughter and scolded Li Zongbao. Your contribution is indeed great. If you don't ask clearly about the details, how can we be at ease and give you the rewards? Yes, I understand. I feel that it's a fact that I killed Qin Jian. I'm a little conflicted with Martial Uncle Wang's questioning. I seek Martial Uncle Wang's forgiveness. Li Zongbao lowered his head and said, also, if Martial Uncles have any other questions, I'll answer all of them. When the other Golden Core cultivators heard this, they all smiled and began to ask questions one by one. Naturally, these Golden Core cultivators were also very curious. They wanted to get to the bottom of many things, but they were definitely not making things difficult. They just wanted to know if what Li Zongbao said was true. They even asked many questions about the underground of Flowing Ice Valley. Li Zongbao's expression did not change as he answered them one by one. He did not slack at all. Everyone saw clearly that what Li Zongbao said just now really happened. That Qin Jian was indeed killed by Li Zongbao and the other 2. Xiao Mao, who was listening by the side, could not help but sigh secretly. He was not sighing at Li Zongbao's ease of handling the situation, but at the group of Golden Core cultivators' questioning of Li Zongbao. Instead of saying that this kind of questioning was to blame, it was better to say that it was to give Li Zongbao a chance to perform. They wanted him to explain the situation in more detail. Their questions had also become highlights for the show. If there was anything that was too difficult to explain, the group of people would definitely not ask, especially since Qin Jian was heavily injured. Why didn't the disciples who drew their swords come to protect him? Why did they let the 3 of them surround Qin Jian and attack him? This was completely different from the questioning of Xiao Hua when he returned from the Yinyang Twin Springs Mountain. At that time, Xiao Mao was also standing in the meeting hall with Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua. The only difference was that the one facing the group of Golden Core cultivators was Xiao Hua, a Foundation Establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiao Mao remembered that Xiao Hua was forced into a corner by Li Qingshu that day. He was practically unable to deal with it and directly threw the question to Li Zongbao and himself. If not for the fact that Xiao Hua's storage bag contained the extremely tragic corpses of the male and female disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Xiao Hua would have been interrogated by Li Qingshu. Chapter 25:52. Luckily, I have a powerful sect. Xiao Mao looked at Gao Wei. Gao Wei seemed to have sensed something and nodded at him. As for Qian Mo, who had previously flaunted himself, he also cooperated with Xiao Hua. A few times, he asked about Xiao Hua's outstanding points. Li Zongbao was also not stingy with his praise. This is ridiculous. Xiao Mao shook his head. All of this was done by brother Xiao alone. All right, I suddenly thought of something. Wang Yi suddenly realized, since Qin Jian is heavily injured, why didn't those disciples come and protect him? Why did they let the 3 of you surround Qin Jian and attack him? If 10 or 8 grade 6 swordsmen came, the 3 of you wouldn't be a match for them, right? Instantly, the discussion hall fell into silence. Look at what Uncle Wang said. Li Zongbao laughed. I am not Qin Jian, nor am I a sword cultivator. How would I know why they didn't come? Uncle Wang should ask the sword cultivators. Ha ha ha, Gao Wei laughed and clapped his hands. When I capture Qin Jian's disciples, I will interrogate them and find out where they went that day. If they give this great merit to my Xuan Yin School's disciples, I might even give them 2 top-grade spirit stones. Ha ha, everyone laughed heartily. Wang Ye's face turned ugly. At this moment, Li Zongbao said seriously, I was joking with Uncle Wang just now. The truth is what the disciples said. We all escaped from the Spirit Stone mine in Flowing Ice Valley. Our numbers far exceeded Qin Jian's estimation. His disciples were chasing after the tens of thousands of Tao sect disciples. That was why he didn't protect us. Of course, they also thought that Qin Jian would never be injured. I even thought that with Qin Jian's competitiveness, his disciples didn't even know that he was injured. Brilliant! Xiao Mao almost gave him a thumbs up. This explanation was flawless. Furthermore, it highlighted the merits of the three of them in the karst cave. Wang Yu was speechless when he heard this. It seemed that Li Zongbao and the other two were the ones who did it. Do any of you have any other questions? Hung Ju said with a smile. If you don't, I'll report this to Daoist Ping. We have already confirmed it. Gao Wei glanced at Xiao Mao, then looked at the crowd and laughed. Qin Jian was indeed killed by Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua. This matter can be reported to the various teachers. Yes, this old man hasn't contacted sect leader for a long time. This is great news. Qian Mo also laughed. Congratulations, fellow cultivators. Desun seized the opportunity and said with a smile, the #1 bounty in the conference hall can finally be closed. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you. Hung Zhao and the others replied, rewards are secondary. The most important thing is to let sword cultivators know, and more importantly, let the cultivators of our Dao sect know that 3 foundation establishment disciples of our Dao sect were able to kill a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman. Swordsmen are nothing in front of us cultivators. That's right, this award should be given out as soon as possible. Before we launch a large-scale attack on the swordsmen, we must let all the cultivators know about it. Several Golden Core cultivators said in unison. Hung Ju nodded. This old man also thinks the same. Since we have Qin Jian's head, this merit belongs to Zongbao and the others. It is not appropriate for us to ask about the details. What we want is the result of killing Qin Jian, not the process. Indeed, the Sun spoke again. If it were any other time, the conference hall would have to carry out such a big move like killing Qin Jian. We would even have to look for the battle report from Flowing Ice Valley. However, the battle report from Flowing Ice Valley has not arrived yet. Our conference hall cannot wait any longer. This old man agrees to give out the award today. All right, it's I's turn to be on duty today. I will take advantage of this and report this good news to the sect first. Hung Zhao said with a smile. He stood up and took out his token. The other Golden Core cultivators also hurriedly stood up and respectfully lined up behind Hung Zhao. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao stood beside Hung Zhao. A light flashed in the conference hall. An old man with white hair and a youthful face wearing a feathered robe appeared in midair. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and had a kind smile on his face. Greetings, Jinren Ping. The group of Golden Core cultivators hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Please rise, Jinren Ping said with a smile. I haven't heard any news from Sky Patrol City for a long time. How's the situation now? I know that the sect leader doesn't like to fight. If there's nothing special, I wouldn't dare to trouble the sect leader. Hung Zhao hurriedly bowed and said, it's my turn to be on duty today. It's also a critical moment, so I had no choice but to disturb the sect leader. Hung Zhao, you've always been experienced and prudent. You also have some strategies. I'm very relieved to leave the Utopia faction's disciples to you. Jinren Ping praised Hung Zhao first. Hung Zhao looked delighted. After thanking him, he told him about the current situation of the battle. Jinren Ping listened and frowned slightly. He was puzzled and said, it hasn't been 10 years, right? Your attacks are very fierce. Yes, sect leader. Hung Zhao hurriedly said, the sword cultivators' attacks are also very fierce. They seem to be cutting off all means of retreat. Moreover, this time, the conference hall has been planning for a long time. Us Golden Core cultivators are also going to compete with their illusory swordsmen. I don't understand these things about attacking cities and seizing territories. Jinren Ping said frankly. What do you need me to do? Just tell me. No, we haven't done anything yet. There's no need for the sect leader to do anything. Hung Zhao hurriedly said. Today, I have good news for the sect leader. Oh, what good news? Jinren Ping asked curiously. Sect leader, do you still remember the #1 bounty order in the conference hall that I reported to you a few years ago? Hung Zhao asked tentatively, but there was still some anxiety in his eyes. He was afraid that Jinren Ping would forget about it. Oh, I remember. Jinren Ping laughed and said, that's the #1 bounty order in our Taoism sect. It seems to be a bounty for an illusory swordsman. Yes, it's the illusory sword level 3 swordsman called Qin Jian. Hung Zhao hurriedly added, feeling relieved. Illusory sword level 3. Jinren Ping frowned again. This kind of swordsman. I'm afraid it's not easy to kill him. This bounty order. Oh, could it be that a disciple of our Utopia faction killed Qin Jian? Good. Hung Zhao's face was full of smiles. Li Zongbao stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, sect leader. Oh, Zongbao, it's you who killed Qin Jian? Apparently, Jinren Ping knew Li Zongbao, so he smiled brightly. Li Zongbao said respectfully, my cultivation is not enough to kill Qin Jian. However, several Golden Core cultivators injured Qin Jian. Together with 2 junior brothers from the Imperial Thunder sect and the Xuanyin school, I killed Qin Jian, who was seriously injured. Ha ha ha, not bad. Jinren Ping laughed. Since you killed him, it's your credit. Zongbao, you've really brought honor to our Utopia faction. Tell me, how do you want me to reward you? I don't dare. Li Zongbao said hurriedly with a smile. Master notified the sect leader because he wanted to make him happy. Master, and I have no intention of rewarding you. In a war, those who have done well will be rewarded, and those who have done wrong will be punished. I'm not senile. How could I not know that? Moreover, if you want to finish the war in one stroke, your momentum is the most important thing. Although I don't know how to command troops, I can still encourage the disciples of our Utopia faction. Jinren Ping stroked his beard with his hand and said happily, as long as I can promise you, I will promise you. Hung Zhao was overjoyed. Isn't this how his little abacus always works? Hearing Jinren Ping's words, Hung Zhao squinted his eyes. He knew Li Zongbao's big opportunity had arrived. However, Hung Zhao was still so respectful. He lowered his head, as if he had not heard Jinren Ping's words. Li Zongbao was surprised. It seemed that this was not something he had expected. However, Jinren Ping's words were also very clear. Whatever he asked for, he would agree. For a moment, Li Zongbao was full of thoughts. He did not know what to ask for. The discussion hall was completely silent. Many of the Golden Core elders were envious of Li Zongbao. This was the approval of a sect leader, if not for the impending battle. Even if it was the great merit of killing Qin Jian, it would not have been exchanged for such a sentence. Li Zongbao's hesitation was reasonable. What about a cultivation method? Or a magic weapon? Or perhaps it was a highly sought-after position in the Utopia faction. The Golden Core stage cultivators were all thinking about Li Zongbao. However, at this moment, Li Zongbao bowed calmly and said, thank you, sect leader. After thinking about it, I think I'd better ask for a special pardon. What? Even Hung Zhao, who had lowered his head in silence, was shocked, let alone the other Golden Core stage cultivators. Hung Zhao had already put himself in Li Zongbao's shoes and thought of a few options. No matter which option, Li Zongbao would be able to take a few more steps on the road to the nascent soul stage and have a greater chance of conceiving a baby. However, he never thought that Li Zongbao would ask for a special pardon. That thing was completely useless for cultivation. Hung Zhao could not help but look sideways at Li Zongbao. He could not speak, but his eyes were full of doubt and blame. A special pardon? Immortal Ping frowned again. Zongbao, what can you hide from me? What do you want that for? Yes, a special pardon from a sect leader was something that could only be used when a disciple had committed a grave mistake and was about to be killed, or his cultivation would be abolished. How could Immortal Ping not find it strange that Li Zongbao wanted it for no reason? Even some cultivators who were not on good terms with the Utopia faction were gloating over Su Kei's misfortune. Li Zongbao, on the other hand, was extremely calm. He said calmly, "I've been practicing the leeching treasure mirror, and I have the holy whip, the magic treasure of the Utopia faction. My master has taught me many skills, and I don't lack any elixirs. I really don't know what to ask for. If I ask for it in the future, it won't be able to boost the morale of the Utopia faction disciples. Therefore, I chose the special pardon. I took Qin Jian's life in exchange for a chance to correct my grave mistake. Isn't it more useful than any magic weapon or cultivation method?" Chapter 2553. Good. Immortal He Ping nodded almost without hesitation. "In that case, I approve the pardon order. Now send a disciple to send the pardon order to the Sky Sentry City." After that, Immortal He Ping flicked his sleeves, and the whole image gradually began to blur, and then disappeared. During the whole process, Immortal He Ping's face was as usual, and there was no change when he said good. No one knew if he was happy or angry. When the image of Immortal He Ping disappeared, Hung Ju raised his eyebrows. When he was about to send a message, Gao Wei of the Xuanyin School said with a smile, "Since fellow Taoist Hung Ming from the Utopia faction has reported to the head, I have to let the head know, otherwise I will be negligent." Well, now the crowd did not have to disperse. They still stood in the distance, but Hung Ju moved back, and Gao Wei stood in front of Hung Ju. Gao Wei made a gesture and threw the token into the air, but there was a flash of brilliance in the air. After a while, the figure of Fairy Yingzhua did not appear. Gao Wei was a little surprised. He knew that this image transmission method was directly connected to Fairy Yingzhua's magic treasure. As long as he activated his Dharma power, Fairy Yingzhua must have some intuition. In the past 10 times, Fairy Yingzhua appeared immediately after he used it. Could it be that the head has other things to do? While thinking, Gao Wei's face was full of smiles. When he was about to speak, he saw the brilliance suddenly stagnate, and with a slight tremor, the image of Fairy Yingzhua flashed in the air. However, it was obvious that Fairy Yingzhua's face was full of displeasure, and a faint green light flashed in her eyes. Junior and others greet Fairy Yingzhua. All the cultivators bowed and saluted, so they could not see clearly. "What's the matter?" Fairy Yingzhua glanced at them and said coldly, "Disciple Gao Wei is now reporting the situation of the battle in the Sky Sentry City to the head. And there is also a good news." Gao Wei's words were very similar to Hung Ju's. But Fairy Yingzhua's reaction was different from Immortal He Ping's. Fairy Yingzhua was a little impatient and said lightly, "Didn't you just report a few days ago? You have begun to test the sword cultivator's actual situation. Now, if there is a situation, then you should launch a fierce attack based on this situation. They are just a few illusory swordsmen. Do you think you can't kill all of the hundreds of thousands of disciples?" Gao Wei looked a little embarrassed. Obviously, the time of his report was definitely not a few days ago, but he did not dare to correct him. He lowered his head and said, "Yes, but..." "There's no buts." Fairy Yingzhua said coldly, "I don't know how to deploy troops. All of you are intelligent people. You only need to work together to spread the name of my Dao sect. Even if you lose, we won't blame you." "Yes." Seeing that Fairy Yingzhua was about to flick her sleeves, Gao Wei hurriedly said, "Does sect head still remember the first bounty for this battle?" "I don't remember." Fairy Yingzhua replied bluntly. Gao Wei smiled apologetically. "Of course the sect leader is busy. This is just a small matter, so it's fine if you don't remember. But today I want to report to the sect leader that Xiao Mao, a disciple in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage of the Xuanyin School, together with the disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction and the Imperial Thunder faction, killed the third-grade illusory swordsman, Qin Jian. Oh? A disciple in the foundation establishment stage of the Xuanyin School killed the illusory swordsman? Fairy Yingzhua was stunned and seemed to be a little interested. Disciple Xiao Mao greets the sect head. Xiao Mao hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Oh, it's you?" Fairy Yingzhua seemed to have some impression of Xiao Mao, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Yes, it's disciple Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao knew that Fairy Ying Zhuan knew him through the hunting seedlings plan, and hurriedly replied, "Not bad." Fairy Ying Zhuan rolled her eyes and nodded. "You have made a great contribution to the Xuanyan school. In addition to the bounty on the bounty, after the battle, I will reward you." "Thank you, sect head." Xiao Mao expressed his gratitude again. "Yes, sect head knows." Gao Wei hurriedly said, "Killing Qin Jian was the first bounty issued by the conference hall. Xiao Mao and the other two completed this seemingly impossible task and have already received the bounty on the bounty. Also, Immortal He Ping of the Utmost Happiness faction has just rewarded Li Zongbao." "Yes, I know," Fairy Ying Zhuo said impatiently. "Whatever He Ping rewarded, the Xuanyan school will do the same." "Yes, I understand." Gao Wei was really helpless and hurriedly said again, "Martial nephew Li Zongbao has requested for a special pardon from the Utmost Happiness faction. Sect head, please issue the special pardon to reward Xiao Mao's battle achievements." "Oh, special pardon?" Fairy Ying Zhuo was slightly stunned, and then she flicked her sleeves and said indifferently, "I know." Seeing Fairy Ying Zhuo's figure disappear, Gao Wei's mood was like a bucket of cold water being poured on his head. It couldn't be helped. Most of the original infant stage masters were focused on cultivating, and they didn't care too much about the battle. After all, the battle of the Golden Core Stage Masters was just the prelude. Even if the Golden Core Stage Masters were defeated in this battle, there would still be a group of original infant stage masters with extraordinary strength behind them. These original infant stage masters were definitely not people that the sword cultivators could easily resist. Gao Wei smiled bitterly, and Xiao Mao hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, Uncle Gao." "Ha, ha, you're welcome, you're welcome. This is what you deserve." Gao Wei stepped back and looked at Qian Mo. Qian Mo was a little hesitant. After all, Xiao Hua wasn't in the conference hall at this time. The effect of him asking for Qian Leizi's help was not as good as that of Daoist He Ping and Fairy Ying Zhuo. Moreover, he didn't know whether Qian Leizi would be like Fairy Ying Zhuo and give him a bucket of cold water. "Fellow cultivator Qian, please." Gao Wei wouldn't let Qian Mo go, and he shouted loudly, "This." "Okay." Qian Mo had no choice but to take out the token in front of everyone's eyes. As he made a spell, Qian Leizi's red face appeared in midair. "Greetings, Senior Qian Leizi." Everyone bowed again. You all get up." Qian Leizi had shown his face in the conference hall earlier. At this time, he waved his hand and said, "You all have worked hard since the battle started." Qian Mo heaved a sigh of relief, and everyone said in unison, "Thank you for your concern, Senior." "What's the matter now?" Qian Leizi raised his head and looked at Qian Mo. "I have a few important things to report." Qian Mo didn't dare to keep it a secret. He told Qian Leizi about the current situation of the battle and John Doe, who could perform the thunder travel. However, before he told Qian Leizi about Qin Jian, Qian Leizi's body shook and he shouted, "Qian Mo, are you sure? He's a disciple of the thunder-controlling sect at the late stage of Gold Core Realm?" "I haven't confirmed it yet." Qian Mo smiled apologetically, "But according to Kinsheng, it can't be wrong. Others don't know my thunder escape skill, but how can the disciples of the Kamlei Palace not know it?" How? How is this possible?" Qian Leizi widened his eyes, but his voice became lower and lower. Of course, he couldn't believe that there was a disciple at the late stage of Gold Core Realm in the thunder-controlling sect who could surpass him in the thunder escape skill. "Quickly find Kinsheng and ask him to return to the sky, Thunder Peak." Qian Leizi raised his eyebrows and ordered, "Qian Mo, tell them that once they find John Doe's trace, immediately." Speaking of this, Qian Leizi hesitated. After all, John Doe was a cultivator who could perform the thunder escape skill. Ordinary disciples of the Gold Core Realm couldn't catch up with him. "Okay, you just need to pay attention to him. If you can find his trace, or which Thunder Palace he belongs to, it will be better. After this battle, we will all go to the Sky Thunder City." Qian Lei Zi sighed and wondered if John Doe was a disciple secretly taught by a distraction stage master. Seeing that Qian Lei Zi was absent-minded, Qian Mo bowed again and said, "Besides this, I also want to report to the sect leader that Xiao Hua, a disciple of the thunder-controlling sect, joined hands with the disciples of the Xuanyan school and the Utopia faction to kill Qin Jian, a swordsman at the thunder-controlling stage 3 of the illusory sword skill." Qin Jian? Isn't he the swordsman who assassinated Tu Hong? What? The disciples of our Taoism sect did what the elders of the Shui region couldn't do. Our disciples of the thunder-controlling sect also have a share? Oh, Xiao Hua again, that disciple of the Foundation establishment stage? Qian Lei asked curiously with a hint of embarrassment and joy in his eyes. Where is Xiao Hua? Qian Lei naturally knew about Tu Hong. He was extremely dissatisfied with Shui Daoist, so he didn't care if Shui Daoist knew about Tu Hong and Yimeng. Seeing that Shui Daoist didn't manage to kill Qin Jian, and instead, a foundational disciple from his Imperial Lightning sect and 2 disciples from other sects completed the task, how could he not be happy? However, when he looked around and didn't find Xiao Hua, he asked, "Sect leader, Xiao Hua has another important task. He was sent to another place without returning to the city." Qian Mo replied hurriedly. Good. Qian Lei clapped his hands and said, "Xiao Hua has made many outstanding contributions to the thunder-controlling sect in the Sky Thunder City. He should be rewarded handsomely." Yes, I also think so. Therefore, I would like to ask the sect leader to reward Xiao Hua to boost the morale of our disciples. Qian Mo said with a smile. Well, what should I reward him with? Qian Lei was very happy and asked in an inquiring tone. Qian Mo knew what Qian Lei meant. He said hurriedly with a smile. Xiao Hua was not in the conference hall. Therefore, Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction and Xiao Mao of the Xuanyan school have asked for rewards from Immortal He Ping and Fairy Yingzhua. Oh, really? Qian Lei said with a smile. Then our thunder-controlling sect can't be stingy. We can't be worse than them. Tell me, what precious rewards did the Utopia faction and the Xuanyan school give? Well, the sect leader knows that the Utopia faction and the Utopia faction have rewarded Xiao Hua with a special pardon order. Qian Mo didn't dare to hide the truth, although he also thought the special pardon order was unreasonable. A special pardon order? Qian Lei was stunned. He said casually, "Well, let's wait until Xiao Hua returns to the Sky Thunder Peak. Anyway, this is a great contribution. I will remember it in my heart." Senior Qian. Li Zongbao's heart skipped a beat. He said hurriedly with a bow, "If I may be so bold, I would like to ask you to do it today." "Oh, you are Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction?" Qian Lei was a little unhappy. "I know I can't do that." Li Zongbao's heart was trembling. He still didn't dare to straighten his back. However, he still said in a low voice, "I think this matter should not be delayed." Chapter 2554, following which, Li Zongbao repeated the reason from before. Therefore, this junior begged senior to reward Xiao Hua and greatly increase the morale of our Dao sect disciples. MMIC. After listening to Li Zongbao's analysis of the battle situation and the reason for the additional reward, he praised Li Zongbao in his heart. He glanced at Li Zongbao and said with a smile, "You have a clear understanding of the battle situation. This additional reward is nothing. For disciples like you who killed Qin Jian and cleaned up the filth in Sky Patrol City, the special pardon order is really dispensable. How about this? This old man will give the special pardon order to Xiao Hua like your sect. In addition, inform Xiao Hua that when he returns from the battle, this old man will reward him handsomely." "Yes, I understand." Li Zongbao was overjoyed, but he looked disappointed and sighed. "If I had known, I would have asked Xiao Hua to come back. I will be the last to report." "Ha ha, you don't have to be disappointed." Qian Lei laughed. "Your Hepping is not stingy. When you return, there will be more rewards." With that, Qian Lei waved his sleeves and disappeared slowly. At this time, Qian Lazy opened his mouth slightly as if he wanted to say something, because he had not reported to Qian Lazy about the horrifying phoenix. Of course, the reason why he put it last and even hid it from Qian Lazy was because he was afraid that Qian Lazy would ask him about his negligence. Ha ha, that's enough. After Qian Lazy disappeared, Hung Ming clapped his hands and said, "The masters of the three sects are indeed wise. With the extra reward, our disciples will be able to kill Jian Xiao." Senior Qian Lazy said that the rewards from Sky Patrol City will be great. "I will send someone to inform Sky Patrol City now. Let's see what they will reward." On the surface, the crime of Tu Hong's assassination was still pinned on Qin Jian. Xiao Hua and the other two had killed Qin Jian. Even though Shui Yu's spiritual master knew this, he could only pinch his nose and admit it. The rewards would definitely be generous. Sure enough, in the time it took to smoke half a cigarette, the disciple that Hung Ming sent to Sky Patrol City returned. Naturally, there was a Foundation establishment disciple from Sky Patrol City following behind him. This disciple brought a generous reward, but strangely, he didn't bring any orders from Shui Yu Jinren, not even a verbal order. Hung Ming sneered in his heart. He even glanced at Li Zongbao. He knew that Tu Hong was not assassinated by Qin Jian, so how could Shui Yu Sage not know it? At this moment, Li Zongbao took the credit for killing Qin Jian on his shoulders. He had completely disrupted Shui Yu Enlightened Master's plan. It was already good enough that Shui Yu Enlightened Master was willing to give him a reward. Fellow Taoists, this old man will now issue an order to withdraw the #1 bounty on my head from the Great Tao Cultivator Battle. Hung Li said loudly with a smile, his voice filled with pride. "Thank you, Shui Yu Sage." Qian Mo and Gao Wei shouted. The others naturally agreed. Just as the Sky Patrol City's conference hall issued a reward to commend Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua, the one who killed Qin Jian, was flying above the boundless snowfield. As he flew, he scanned the area with his Buddhist consciousness without any pattern. He became even more impatient. Damn it. Isn't it in this direction? Why do I feel that something is wrong? What's so special about it? Where is the purple jasmine flower? Of course, Xiao Hua did not know what the purple jasmine flower looked like. He only found some information from Marshal Kuen's message talisman. However, at this moment, there were some slight ripples in the Buddha fire that had not reacted for a long time. These ripples were somewhat similar to when Zhong Haoran knelt on the mountain and begged Xiao Hua back in Zhongling Mountain Villa. What's going on? Xiao Hua was stunned and stopped. This feeling was not similar to the throbbing of the hand of karma. It was more appropriate to say that it was a sudden impulse. Why are there cultivators here? Just as Xiao Hua cautiously scanned the area with his Buddhist awareness, he found that there were several cultivators about 100 miles away. When Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness returned to where the cultivators were, his expression became even more wonderful. "I knew it. My wife is here. How can this guy be far away? However, why are these two people here? Moreover, the two of them, their expressions are a little strange." Xiao Hua's face was filled with a look of understanding. Moreover, there was still some incredulity in his expression. His figure suddenly slowed down, and he used the hibernating thunder escape to fly 100 li away. 100 miles away, it was still a flat snowfield. However, there was some sparse vegetation on the snowfield. Although there were very few vegetation and the color was very light, almost all of it was grayish-white. There were only a few spots of green on the vegetation. However, it was still green. In this endless snowfield, there was a trace of vitality. Unfortunately, this vitality did not arouse the vitality of the world. Instead, above the vegetation, there were more than a dozen people with swords drawn. Their fierce auras were soaring to the sky and annihilated this trace of vitality. The dozen people were divided into 3 groups. One group was led by a dignified person with 2 or 3 arrogant and handsome disciples of the Huanhua sect. Who else could it be but Yin Jiecheng? The other group was led by a middle-aged man who was not very tall but had a straight figure. He looked like he was the only one in the world and everyone else had to bow down to him. This person had a strong temperament and was very refined, but at this time, his eyes were filled with anger. Behind him were 4 young disciples. These disciples were dressed in clean clothes, and their manners were slightly restrained. The anger in their eyes was even more intense. This refined and determined middle-aged man was none other than Zhongling Mountain Village's Zhong Haoren. However, Zhong Haoren was already at the early stage of foundation establishment, and the few young people near him were around the 10th layer of qi refining. As for the third group, there was only one person. Moreover, this person was a delicate female swordsman. She was also someone Xiao Hua was familiar with, Gu Yu of the Void Heaven Sword School. These 3 groups of people who had no connection with each other were unexpectedly gathered together. No wonder Xiao Hua was surprised. However, if Xiao Hua carefully looked, he would be able to see a palm-sized, pony-like thing above the snow region. He would not be so surprised. However, that thing was now stuck with a yellow talisman and lying motionlessly on the gray-white vegetation. How could Xiao Hua distinguish it? At this time, Yin Jiechong and Zhong Haoren were in a state of mutual hostility. However, Yin Jiechong was unarmed and coldly looked at Zhong Haoren with disdain. Moreover, his vigilant gaze occasionally passed over Zhong Haoren and fell on Gu Yu's body. Gu Yu's complexion was as usual. Although she was in a confrontation with the 2 groups of cultivators and was somewhat far away from them, it was obvious that she was somewhat close to Zhong Haoren. Gu Yu's pretty eyebrows did not reduce her beauty. Because she did not reveal her invisible sword, she gave people a feeling of pity. Fellow Taoist. Although Zhong Haoren was only at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, he was not afraid in the face of Yin Jiechong, who was only at the peak of the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. Although his eyes were burning with anger, he still indifferently said, "This Zhong saw this Ganoderma horse, and the yellow talisman on its body was also struck by this Zhong. How could it now belong to fellow Taoist? Moreover, fellow Taoist indiscriminately attacked me with a magic tool. If this swordsman didn't block it, this Zhong would have already died. This Zhong really doesn't understand. In the eyes of cultivators, is a cultivator a fellow Taoist? Or is the swordsman a fellow Taoist?" After saying this, Zhong Haoren rushed towards Gu Yu and saluted. "Many thanks to Miss for upholding justice and saving me." However, Gu Yu did not pay attention to him and only looked at the 2 people vigilantly. Yin Jiechong sneered and said disdainfully, "Which sect are you a disciple of? Didn't you see I's Taoist robe? What reason does a disciple of my Huanhua sect need for something he wants?" When Zhong Haoren saw that Yin Jiechong was pointing at his sect, he could only reply, "Senior Marshal Brother is a disciple of the Huanhua sect, so this Zhong naturally knows. However, since Senior Marshal Brother is a disciple of the Huanhua sect, you should have a demeanor of a big sect in the country of Xi. You shouldn't have competed with I. You shouldn't have attacked me without saying anything." Yin Jiechong sneered, "Do you think that you, a cultivator at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, can capture this Ganoderma horse? Can your yellow talisman easily imprison the Ganoderma horse? Even so, fellow Taoist, you have to make it clear." Zhong Haoren's eyes narrowed slightly. He was really angry, but he still defended himself. "If this Zhong knew that there was something fishy about it, I would definitely return this Ganoderma horse." "Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter." Yin Jiechong laughed so hard that he swayed back and forth. He pointed with his hand and said, "If this Ganoderma horse fell into your hands, you would still take it out. Do you really think I'm a baby boy? Others don't know, but this Zhong would definitely return it." Zhong Haoren replied, word by word, "You? Maybe." Yin Jiechong stopped laughing. He looked at Zhong Haoren from head to toe and said, "You see that I have the intention to kill you, but you are still defending yourself. If you're not pedantic, then you have other plans. Do you want to join forces with this swordsman?" Then Yin Jiechong came to his senses and said coldly, "Since you already know that I am a disciple of the Huanhua sect, Why didn't you report your sect? Look, you are not wearing my cultivator's battle robe, and now you have the help of a swordsman from the Huan kingdom. Do I still need to say it? You must be the spies of the Huan kingdom's swordsman. After saying that, Yin Jiecheng waved his hand and shouted, "Come on, disciples, take down these spies. No matter if they are dead or alive, this is all due to our efforts." Yes, the 3 disciples of the Huanhua sect received the order and clapped their hands. 3 magic treasures that were overflowing with brilliance flew into the air. Each of them reflected a multicolored light that was dozens of feet long. They swept up all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth around them and smashed toward Zhong Haoren and the others with a faint roar. Among the 3 magic treasures, one was in the shape of a staff. In the multicolored light, the green wooden staff formed a wooden wave. The thumb-sized shadow of the staff hit Zhong Haoren and the chi-refining disciple behind him. Chapter 2555. The other magical weapon was a fist-sized fire pearl. Its brilliance was the brightest. Even in this extremely cold snowfield, it still emitted an orange-red brilliance that shot out about 10 feet. Within the brilliance, the 3 aura-refining disciples behind Zhong Haoren were shrouded in layers and layers of fire. The scorching heat that assaulted their faces caused the 3 aura-refining disciples' expressions to greatly change. As for the third magic weapon, it was a scarlet-yellow silk ribbon. As it flew in the air, there were faint runes flowing on its surface. Following behind the fire bead, it resembled a spirit serpent, shrouding all 4 of them, except for Zhong Haoren. Seeing that the 3 mid-foundation building cultivators had unexpectedly used rare magic weapons as soon as they attacked, and under their magic power, those magic weapons emitted a terrifying aura. Zhong Haoren and the other 4 aura-refining disciples couldn't help but greatly change their expressions. Apart from Zhong Haoren, who had stepped into the foundation building realm, the other 4 were only in the aura-refining realm. Not to mention 3 middle-stage foundation building cultivators using 3 magic weapons. Even if a middle-stage foundation building cultivator didn't use any magic weapons, Zhong Haoren and the other 4 aura-refining disciples wouldn't be a match for them. However, as soon as the 3 magic weapons left their hands, they immediately displayed their might and simply smashed down without holding back. Aside from being alarmed, the 5 disciples could only clap their hands together and raise one hand. Unexpectedly, a dozen or so yellow talismans of various colors appeared in their hands, and in their other hands, several flying swords appeared. The swords flickered as they closely followed the yellow talismans and stabbed towards the 3 magic weapons that had already fallen several meters above their heads. Puff! Puff! A dozen or so soft sounds rang out. The dozens of activated yellow talismans had just absorbed a small amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth when they were crushed by the brilliance of the magic weapons and turned into fragments that drifted down. As for the yellow talismans, they simply couldn't absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Under the magic power of the aura-refining disciples, they only flashed a faint brilliance before being annihilated. The intact yellow talismans were just like scrap paper that drifted in the air. When he looked at Zhong Haoren again, there was only a moment of panic on his face before his eyes flashed with determination. The flying sword in his hand turned into a rainbow as a sword beam pierced through the air towards the green staff shadow. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tisk. Zhong Haoren's flying sword was actually very fast. The sword light only flashed for a moment before it pierced into the staff shadows. It sounded like it was piercing through bamboo. Nearly 40% of the staff shadows at the front of the green staff magic treasure were actually pierced by Zhong Haoren's flying sword and disappeared without a trace. Oh! The middle foundation establishment disciple of the Huanhua sect was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhong Haoren's flying sword to be so sharp. However, the sneer on the disciple's face became even more pronounced. The remaining shadows of the staff didn't stop. Pa, 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 a series of sword cries rang out. Zhong Haoren's flying sword was struck, and sent flying backwards. Not good. When Zhong Haoran saw the green staff suddenly emit a brilliance again, he immediately knew that things weren't good. He hurriedly formed an incantation to retrieve his flying sword. However, after the row of staff shadows fell, a thick shadow of the green staff emerged from the staff shadows. Boom! It smashed into the flying sword. The brilliance of the flying sword quickly converged. Then, with a crisp kacha sound, a wide crack appeared on the flying sword. It extended from the tip of the flying sword all the way to the end of the sword. Zhong Haoran's face suddenly burst into a bright red color. Then, the red color suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a deathly white color. The broken flying sword fell into the dust along with the dark red color on his face. Zhong Haoran was like this, so the flying swords of the other 4 aura refining disciples were not worth mentioning. Although half of the shadow of the green staff had been destroyed by Zhong Haoran, the remaining shadow hit another flying sword. The flying sword had just flown out when it was immediately knocked down. It simply didn't have any effect. As for the 3 flying swords under the fire bead, they were even more miserable than Zhong Haoran's flying sword. At the same time that the fire pearl struck down the 2 flying swords, the flames inside it emerged and enveloped the 2 flying swords. Seeing the flying swords being refined by the flames, the 2 aura refining disciples couldn't resist at all, no matter how much magic power they channeled. The other flying sword was directly smashed by the fire bead. The aura refining disciple, who had a primordial spirit connection with the flying sword, directly collapsed on the snowy ground. The snake-like silk ribbon followed behind the fire bead. At this time, it was flashing with a clear blue brilliance. Countless light silks shrouded Zhong Haoran and the other 4 people, completely isolating the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A gradually shrinking force of imprisonment firmly bound the 5 people. Seeing that Zhong Haoran had actually taken out his flying sword, Yin Guicheng's eyes flashed with a trace of contempt. He turned to look at Gu Yu and said coldly, "Sure enough, as I expected, these are the spies of the sword cultivator. You, why don't you surrender?" The corner of Gu Yu's mouth flashed a trace of a sneer. He waved his hand, and the flying sword in his hand turned into a stream of light and pierced towards Yin Guicheng. This stream of light was like a fountain, transforming into countless thin sword lights in the air, covering his upper body. Every sword light flickered with a sharp and bright light, as if it could pierce through one's eyes. Yin Guicheng raised his head and roared. He clapped his hand, and a semicircular magic weapon appeared in his hand. This semicircular magic weapon was very strange. It was orange-yellow in color, as if it was connected with a string of flames. When Yin Guicheng threw the magic weapon in the air, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth swarmed in. The runes on the flames flowed, and the flames transformed into a dragon with a head and a tail. It was Su Yinyun's family heirloom, the dragon-driving hoop. Go! Yin Guicheng pointed his finger, and the dragon's shape suddenly enlarged to the size of a few feet. However, the dragon's shape did not fly straight, but circled around a circular area. Woo-woo, there was a sound, and the center of the dragon-driving hoop produced a great suction force, blocking in front of Yin Guicheng. Gu Yu's flying sword light fell into the hoop like a firefly, flying into a flame, as if there was no resistance at all. A flying sword in the shape of a sharp cone gradually appeared in the center of the dragon-driving hoop. Ha! Yin Guicheng chuckled, but before he could laugh, his face became serious again. This was because Gu Yu, who was controlling the flying sword in the air just now, had disappeared from her original place. The way she disappeared was so strange and so sudden. It was as if she wasn't there at all. What is going on? Yin Guicheng was surprised. He hurriedly released his divine sense, trying to find out where Gu Yu had escaped to. But at this moment, an extremely sharp sword light appeared on Yin Guicheng's left shoulder. Yin Guicheng's protective brilliance flickered for a moment before it was immediately annihilated, and the sword light sank into his body. Bloodlight burst out along with the sword light. Yin Guicheng was shocked. He used his flying technique to quickly fly to the right. But how could his flying technique be compared to Gu Yu's? The sword light was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, and there was no sign of it being dodged. Attack! Yin Guicheng gritted his teeth and pointed at the dragon driving hoop with his right hand. Roar! With a dragon roar, the illusory dragon expanded once again and charged towards Yin Guicheng's left arm. Above the dragon's head, a beam of light that resembled a sword shot into the air. The dragon driving hoop was also very fast. The dragon shape fell a few feet in a moment, and Gu Yu's invisible sword could no longer pierce into Yin Guicheng's body. But with a wave of her hand, a piece of flesh fell from Yin Guicheng's arm, and blood immediately fell down. Boom! The dragon repelling hoop and Gu Yu's flying sword collided. The dragon repelling hoop slightly vibrated while Gu Yu's flying sword also flashed. Under the might of the dragon repelling hoop, Gu Yu's figure also quietly flashed. Invisible sword? Seeing this, Yin Guicheng was shocked. Regardless of the injury on his left arm, he hurriedly pointed at the dragon driving hoop. His spiritual power was activated again, and he fiercely flew toward the place where Gu Yu revealed herself. However, when the dragon driving hoop flew past, there was no movement at all. Obviously, Gu Yu was no longer there. Not good. Yin Guicheng's thoughts turned very quickly. His whole body suddenly flew to the left, and he landed at the place where Gu Yu revealed herself. His right hand patted his forehead. Roar! A huge dragon roar came from Yin Guicheng's body. Then, the surface of Yin Guicheng's body flashed with crimson flames. As the flames burned, a fiery dragon 5 feet in size, like a huge coiled python, emerged. With the appearance of Yin Guicheng's fiery dragon, a faint red color appeared in the surrounding area of dozens of feet. It seemed to be the brilliance of the fiery spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A faint blazing heat turned the snow and ice underground into flowing water in a moment. Withdraw! Yin Guicheng stood in the air majestically. The wound on his left arm quickly healed. As Yin Guicheng waved his hand, the dragon driving hoop fell into his hand. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, the dragon driving hoop in Yin Guicheng's hand, without the activation of his spiritual power, increased by a few feet. The fierce dragon shape became even more ferocious. Go! Yin Guicheng's eyes flashed red. He swung his right arm, and the dragon driving hoop flashed brilliantly in the air. With a fierce force, it smashed somewhere in the air to the right. Boom! The brilliance in front of the dragon driving hoop flashed, and a sword light appeared. It was the sword light that blocked the dragon driving hoop. Then, the sword light flew up diagonally. Obviously, Gu Yu's invisible sword could not resist the great power of Yin Guicheng's dragon driving hoop. Where do you think you're going? Yin Guicheng's body flashed with flames, and he rushed to the place where Gu Yu was sent flying. With the movement of Yin Guicheng's body, the fiery dragon body also slowly moved. Woo! The dragon driving hoop roared again. Gu Yu's invisible sword was forced out of its sword shape by Yin Guicheng again. With the appearance of the invisible sword, Gu Yu's somewhat astonished face was revealed along with his barely stabilized body. Obviously, Gu Yu did not expect Yin Guicheng to have such a powerful fiery dragon body. Moreover, Yin Guicheng's strength had already exceeded the cultivation of the middle stage of foundation establishment. Within the range of Yin Guicheng's body, Gu Yu's biggest reliance was suddenly lost. Go! Since the invisible sword was useless, Gu Yu did not say anything. The flying sword in his hand flew out again. The small flying sword spun in the air, and countless white snowflakes gushed out. The sword light was the 6 petals of the snowflakes. The purity of ice and jade was Gu Yu's nobility. Chapter 2556. Ha ha, ignorant sword cultivator. Do you think that close combat is your world? Yin Guichong laughed without hesitation. He waved his hand, and the dragon-repelling ring turned into a ring in front of him, generating a suction force to resist the sword light. The flame dragon's celestial body raised its head and roared. The faint red color around Guyu suddenly deepened. Wisps of red fire appeared and surrounded Guyu along with the sword intent. Guyu's body flashed with a white brilliance. While resisting the red fire, the fluttering snowflakes also melted in the blazing red fire. Why is this cultivator's celestial body so powerful? Guyu was shocked. It's even more terrifying than the terrifying phoenix. Moreover, this cultivator has the flame physique. In this area, my ice snow sword intent is restrained everywhere. Guyu thought. Seeing that the snowflakes melted by the red fire had already entered the invisible sword, she did not dare to hesitate. She hurriedly waved her hand, and the invisible sword quickly fell into her hand. A burning sensation was transmitted from the invisible sword to her hand. Guyu could not help but gasp again. Kill. Yin Guichong waved his hand as if commanding the 3 Huanhua sect disciples who had trapped Zhong Haoren and the other 4. At the same time, his flame dragon celestial body raised its head and roared. The dragon-repelling ring danced again and turned into a dragon rushing towards Guyu. How could Guyu not know that the situation was critical? She hurriedly urged the sword origin in her body. The sword light around her body also flashed rapidly. The invisible sword suddenly turned into a rainbow, carrying Guyu to rush out of the red fire area. Guyu knew that as long as she rushed out of this area, she would immediately become invisible. Yin Guichong and the others would not be able to find her. However, Yin Guichong's face showed a hideous smile. The red in his eyes became more intense. The red fire area around Guyu increased again, and the flame became brighter. When the disciples of the Huanhua sect received Yin Guichong's order, without saying a word, one of the disciples formed an incantation gesture and trapped Zhong Haoren and the others. Another disciple who held a fire bead pointed his finger. The fire bead that had been suspended in midair suddenly enlarged, emitting countless sparks that were about to fall. At such a critical moment, Xiao Hua still hasn't arrived at the scene. He can ignore Guyu's life and death, but Zhong Haoren has an old relationship with Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua even made a move on his path of growth. How could Xiao Hua just ignore it? A powerful divine sense swept down from the sky and locked onto everyone. Then a cold snort was heard. How dare you? This voice seemed to come from very far away, but in everyone's ears, it was extremely shocking. It was as if the voice was whispering into their ears, and they even felt a tremor coming from the bottom of their hearts. The fire pearl couldn't help but stop in midair. Yin Guichong's fire dragon, celestial body, also stopped quietly. The ferocious dragon lifted its head slightly and stared at the sky in the distance. There seemed to be an aura that terrified it. Yin Guichong raised his red eyes, and a trace of surprise flashed across his handsome face. He was really looking in the same direction as the fire dragon, celestial body. Kill. Yin Guichong had already sensed the strength of the divine sense and knew that the cultivation of the newcomer was extremely strong, but he still waved his hand and ordered. Yes, yes. The disciple of the Huanhua sect hesitated for a moment and pointed his finger again. The fire bead flashed again and was about to be activated by the disciple's incantation. But at this moment, 2 green and red sword lights flashed from the sky thousands of feet away. These 2 sword lights interacted with each other and chased after each other. They were as fast as meteors, and the distance of thousands of feet was covered in the blink of an eye. Moreover, among the green and red, the dark red color was particularly enchanting. A kind of fear that made everyone's heart tremble shrouded the entire area. Roar! Yin Guichong's fire dragon celestial body was the first to realize that something was wrong. It raised its head and let out a long roar. The entire light red area was filled with brilliance, and the small firelight from before flashed again. Buzz! The two sword lights hummed together and suppressed the roar of the fire dragon celestial body. One sword light pierced toward the flashing fire bead, and the other toward the fire dragon celestial body. Boom! The green and red sword light in front of the head hit the fire bead first. The fire bead flashed with extremely bright brilliance, and then it was quickly annihilated. A hot and strong wave of air rushed out from the fire bead. Then, with a crisp cracking sound, a crack appeared on the fire bead. The crack spread rapidly and almost covered the entire surface of the fire bead. On the fire bead, a small flying sword flashed and appeared. Puff! The disciple who took out the fire bead spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was so weak that he was about to fall to the ground. Obviously, his primordial spirit was severely injured. Fortunately, the disciple next to him was quick enough to support him. As for the second green and red sword light, it fell directly in the light red area and pierced toward the fire dragon celestial body on top of Yin Guicheng's head. In the light red area, the green sword light became brighter and brighter. It was like a bolt of lightning that split the light red area. Although the sword light was not as swift as before and seemed to have sunk into mud, the green light was still incomparably sharp and unstoppable. In a breath's time, it pierced through all obstacles and arrived in front of the fire dragon's celestial body. Along the way, all the bright crimson flames were cut apart by the sharp sword intent, and all the flames were extinguished like candles in the wind. Roar! The green and red sword light pierced into the fire dragon celestial body. It seemed that the sword light went through it as if it was nothing, but the celestial body's shadow was wailing as if it had been seriously injured. Even Yin Guicheng felt the throbbing deep in his heart. The fire dragon's celestial body could not hold on any longer and slowly disappeared into his body. With the disappearance of the fire dragon celestial body, the light red area of more than 100 feet immediately disappeared. Guyu, who was trying her best to escape, became invisible in the light red area. Go! Yin Guicheng did not hesitate. He pointed his finger at the dragon-repelling hoop that could not resist the sword light. The dragon circled around his body, and his body leaped into the air and flew toward one direction. The two uninjured Huanhua sect disciples were already frightened. When they heard Yin Guicheng's order, they had already activated the flying technique to pull the seriously injured disciple. Like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow, they followed Yin Guicheng's back and fled. As for their magic weapons, they had already retracted the green and red sword light that broke the fire pearl before Yin Guicheng's order could attack. It seemed that they were already prepared to escape. They knew that their magic weapons were no match for the green and red sword light. Of the two sword lights, one circled above the heads of Zhong Haoren and the others, protecting the five of them. The other sword light chased after them like a poisonous snake. However, it only chased for a few hundred feet before it flew back and quietly floated in the air. 1,000 feet away from the green and red sword light, Guyu revealed her figure. Her eyes were vigilant and puzzled as she looked at the small sword in the air. That invisible sword was still in her hand, and she did not relax at all. However, Guyu's divine sense had already swept out in the direction where the two sword lights came from. However, after such a long time, she still did not see any figure coming. She was frightened, and at the same time, there was a trace of expectation. A moment later, she saw a figure dressed in camouflage flying over from the distant sky. She could not see clearly whether it was a swordsman or a cultivator. However, Guyu had already distinguished from the divine sense that shrouded this place. This person who came from afar was definitely not a swordsman. Guyu hesitated for a moment and looked at the flying sword that was still in the air. At this time, there was no longer any evil spirit. The green and red sword light was restrained, like a small grass that grew there. Guyu's heart was slightly calmed. She put the invisible sword into her sleeve and quietly hid it. She stood in the air with her hands folded. As for Zhong Haoren and the others, they climbed up from the ground. They tidied up their robes and stood there respectfully, quietly waiting. The cultivator dressed in camouflage seemed to be flying very slowly. However, it seemed slow but was actually very fast. The distance of a few li was quickly covered. When the cultivator landed in the air, the two green and red flying swords flew in front of the cultivator. The cultivator stretched out his hand and entered the swords. Many thanks to Senior for saving our lives. Zhong Haoren and the others could not distinguish the cultivator's face. However, they knew that he was at least a Jindan Senior. How could they dare to be negligent? They hurriedly bowed and saluted. They also reported their names. In addition to Zhong Haoren, the other 4 10th level Qi refining disciples were also from Zhongling Mountain Village. They are not this junior's personal belongings. If this junior is fated to obtain them, then it is this junior's fortune. If this junior is not fated to obtain them, then it is also this junior's fortune. This junior only takes what belongs to this junior, and is not willing to sully this junior's cultivation with other people's belongings. Chapter 25:57. He who doesn't know how to say beautiful words. Xiao Hua praised in his heart, but then he sneered, "You go and see if that Ganoderma horse is injured. If it is, then it belongs to Huan Hua sect, and not you." Yes, this junior understands. Zhong Haoren's expression was very indifferent. He waved his hand, and the Ganoderma horse fell into his hand. After he scanned it with his divine sense, he smiled and said, "Senior, this Ganoderma horse really has a wound from a fire-type magic weapon. I'm afraid it was done by Huan Hua sect disciples just now. This thing was not made by this junior alone. Senior, please deal with it." Seeing Zhong Haoren respectfully hand it over, Xiao Hua rolled up his sleeve, and the Zoisha horse disappeared without a trace. As for the 4 aura refining disciples behind Zhong Haoren, their eyes flashed with a trace of reluctance, but they immediately disappeared without a trace. "What are you looking at?" Xiao Hua turned his head and looked at Gu Yu, who was 100 feet away, and said coldly, "Now is the time of the war between Dao cultivators. As a cultivator, it's normal for me to kill you. If Senior wanted to kill this junior, why wait until now?" Gu Yu was not afraid. He raised his head and replied, "Moreover, Senior is at least a middle gold core stage cultivator. Can you kill this junior without caring about your face?" Xiao Hua quietly stood in the air, seemingly thinking about something, but after a moment he laughed again. "Ha, you're right. Why didn't this senior take advantage of the situation to kill you just now? Now that you ask these questions again, who wouldn't answer?" Until he heard this sentence, Gu Yu's heart fell to the ground. "Senior, thank you for saving my life." At this time, Gu Yu also bowed and thanked him. "No need to thank me." Xiao Hua waved his hand. This senior was just doing it casually. However, this senior is also a bit strange. You, a swordsman, why did you suddenly help these Zhongling Mountain Village disciples? Could it be that you have a relationship with Zhongling Mountain Village? "Senior," Gu Yu whispered, "this junior doesn't know about Zhongling Mountain Village, nor do I know these cultivators. I was just passing by and saw Huan Hua sect disciples attacking them. I felt it was unfair, so I helped." That's strange. Xiao Hua felt a little strange, but he immediately thought of the inexplicable words that Gu Yu had said in the 7 Extremes mountain range. Thus, he asked, "This old man saw that you were using the formless sword. Are you the formless sword Gu Yu that was widely rumored in the great battle?" When Gu Yu heard this, her face changed greatly. Biting her lips, she nodded and said, "Junior is indeed Gu Yu." Junior didn't think that Senior would actually know Junior's name. You don't have to be afraid," Xiao Hua said. "Even though this old man hates sword cultivators, I also know that some sword cultivators are of noble character. This old man will definitely not bully the weak." "Thank you, Senior. However, according to what I know, the invisible sword has killed many Foundation establishment cultivators with the invisible sword. She seems to be a vicious and merciless swordswoman. How come? You actually saved several Qi refining cultivators today? Xiaohua asked very strangely. This? Guyu hesitated for a moment and said with some embarrassment, "It's not that Junior is unwilling to tell Senior the reason, but it involves Junior's privacy. So forgive Junior for not being able to explain in detail." Say it. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Xiaohua nodded. "I'll let Senior know." Guyu thought for a moment and said, "Junior participated in the Dao Cultivator War, and just like Senior said, I was ruthless. Whenever I encountered a cultivator, I wouldn't let them go." Junior even led a group of my Void Heaven Sword School's Bright Sword disciples to ambush and kill all the cultivators I encountered. However, not long ago, when Junior was killing a cultivator, he actually saw through my weakness and cut off Junior's right arm in one fell swoop, taking Junior's invisible sword away. However, when Junior was disheartened and was waiting for that cultivator to kill Junior, that cultivator actually did something that Junior couldn't even dream of. He actually returned Junior's arm, an invisible sword, to Junior. Not only that, but he also put a rare immortal pill into Junior's mouth. If it weren't for that immortal pill, Junior's arm wouldn't have recovered so quickly and so well. Since then, Junior realized that cultivators are far from the rumors of my sword domain swordsmen. They're all shameless people who love to kill. Junior even thought about it carefully and felt that this Dao cultivator war was really boring. Whether it is a swordsman or a cultivator, they're all cultivators and should focus on cultivation. These killings can only affect one's sword heart and Dao heart, and can only be obstacles on our path of cultivation. All the cultivators and swordsmen who participated in the war were chess pieces in the hands of nascent soul cultivators and sword transformation cultivators. They are all innocent and should not die. Therefore, Junior made an oath to never kill a cultivator in the war, unless that cultivator wants to take Junior's life. Guyu said without concealing anything. It seemed that this thing that others thought was inconceivable was very common in her eyes. What? There's actually such a strange thing? Even Xiaohua, the instigator, was shocked when he heard Guyu's words. That day when he returned the invisible sword to Guyu, it was purely a kind of instinct. To put it bluntly, that was the true nature of a man. Seeing a woman who met his eyes, that kind of care from the bottom of his heart, a kind of unbearable disturbance. Moreover, at that time Xiaohua ruthlessly chopped off Guyu's arm. It was simply a kind of blasphemy to Guyu's beauty. Xiaohua naturally gave Guyu a Wu Tsang pill, hoping that it could compensate him for destroying a kind of beauty. However, Xiaohua never thought that his Wu Tsang pill was different from the rest. In the eyes of sword cultivators who lacked medicinal pills, to say that it was an immortal pill, it was absolutely not inferior. Guyu had already raised Xiaohua's seemingly casual action to a certain height, even to the extent that she obtained the principle of compassion for the world. It couldn't be said that Guyu's thinking was right. However, in this dangerous battle, even Qin Jian was killed by Xiaohua. Guyu was just a little drawing swordsman. How much certainty did she have to protect herself? Such a delicate and pretty girl with such noble and pure thoughts in her heart, in a battlefield where hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators and Dao cultivators were fighting. I'm afraid. Only death awaits her. Little girl, Xiaohua sighed. That cultivator may not be as kind as you think. Perhaps he is drooling over your beauty. Guyu's face blushed as she lowered her head and said, "That cultivator is our swordsman's great enemy. The bounty offered by the sword transformation masters is extremely heavy. How could he possibly covet this junior?" Xiaohua, who was under the bewilderment, was extremely embarrassed. He merely spoke casually and even wanted to change some of Guyu's meaningless good thoughts. However, Guyu actually asked and didn't answer. What great enemy? No matter how he listened, it didn't seem to be an answer to Xiaohua's question. In this way, Xiaohua had some suspicions of ambiguity. If it was before, he could still lift the bewilderment, but now it was absolutely impossible. Cough, cough. Xiaohua coughed twice and didn't know what to say. After thinking hard for a while, he said, Guyu, your good heart is also what we swordsmen think. But since it was sword cultivators who started the war, we cultivators can't not fight. This old man is very gratified to be able to see such a righteous swordsman like you. Moreover, this old man also hopes that there will be more and more swordsmen like you. This way, this kind of meaningless war won't continue. Not only swordsmen, even us cultivators won't have to die here for no reason. Yeah, it's difficult. Guyu sighed and didn't say much. According to what this old man knows, that female sword cultivator called Zhang Yutong has already returned to Huan country. Moreover, she wasn't captured by our Dao sect cultivators. If there are no accidents, she will have some influence on this war, right? Xiaohua hesitated for a moment and said, Is that so? Guyu was startled. A trace of surprise flashed through her lively eyes as she said curiously, This junior has never heard of such a thing. Oh, Xiaohua was slightly stunned. It had been a long time since he met Zhang Qingxiao. How could Zhang Yutong not have arrived at the Clear Sword sect? Moreover, with Zhang Qingxiao's ability, how could there be any accidents on the way? Perhaps. Zhang Yutong has returned to my sword domain, but there is still no news of Zhang Yuha. The Clear Sword sect won't let this matter go. Guyu hesitated for a moment and almost blurted it out. But after saying that, she was shocked. Even if it was her fellow disciple, she couldn't casually say such words. How could she easily believe the other party now? Although the other party had just saved her, he was after all a Dao sect cultivator. Senior, thank you for saving my life. If Senior doesn't have any other instructions, this junior will take her leave. Guyu didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly bowed. And it's nothing. Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and said with a smile. However, this old man still wants to ask, You, what are your plans now? Why did you suddenly fly here? Guyu really wanted to fly away, but after hearing Xiaohua's question, she had to stop and say with an apologetic smile, This junior fought in the Seven Extremes mountain range. I didn't even use my sword, but my sword cultivator was defeated. A swordsman blamed this junior, but my fellow disciple couldn't protect this junior, so I had to end. This old man understands. Xiaohua nodded. He knew that Guyu's independence had been rejected by the sword cultivators, so he couldn't help but feel pity for her. This junior wants to come to the sword tomb to see the gorgeous purple jasmine flowers. Then, I will return to the Void Heaven Sword School and concentrate on cultivation. I will no longer pay attention to this meaningless battle. Guyu said, sighed, and flew away again. Little girl, wait a moment. Xiaohua hurriedly called out when he heard that Guyu wanted to go to the sword tomb. Senior, do you have any other instructions? Guyu had no choice but to stop again. Where's the sword tomb? If Xiaohua wasn't embarrassed before, he really wanted to go with Guyu. At least he wouldn't get lost, but how could he invite a beauty to go with him? Senior wants to go to the sword tomb? Guyu was somewhat curious, but seeing that Xiaohua didn't answer, she pointed to the north. There was indeed a lot of deviation from the direction Xiaohua was flying in. In fact, the sword tomb is not the name of a place, but a large area. Senior only needs to fly straight to the north. You don't need a specific location. Alas, they're within 1,000 miles. The blood of cultivators and swordsmen is everywhere. Who knows how many lives have been lost? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.